divided into two parts. The first part is a formal meeting of the committee where they are dealing with internal procedural matters. This meeting is open to the observation of stakeholders, and that's why we have allowed all of you to be in the meeting. And then they will conclude in time for 11 o'clock when we are going to resume our public hearings. So just to help us through the meeting, I wish to make a few announcements. The first one is regarding a request for everyone to keep their microphones on mute unless when they are recognized by the chair and given the floor. The second important announcement is that this meeting is available in 3 official languages of SADC Parliamentary Forum. In this regard, namely English, French, and Portuguese. To access interpretation, go to the interpretation icon on the Zoom platform. You select your preferred language and you mute original audio. Thirdly, the meeting is going to be recorded. In terms of procedures, the meeting constitutes part of the journals of the committee, and therefore the record must be kept. So this meeting is going to be recorded. When you wish to take the floor, kindly use the raise hand function on the Zoom platform, and we'll be able to facilitate your recognition by the chairperson. And then any communication with the chair, let it be directed through the chat, whether inbox or in a personal inbox or the general chat. We will be able to bring it to the attention of the chair. The other announcement is that for those that are going to be on video, make sure that your camera is properly set and there are no disruption in terms of your background and also the things that you're doing on camera, because the meeting is being live streamed and this is a professional meeting. Then we also request all the participants and to write their names in full. Then we also request that those who are representing organizations should also write the names of their organizations, and those that are attending in their individual capacity, they should be able to write, indicate SADC citizen and the name of the country they're coming from. So for instance, Nelson Mandela, SADC citizen from South Africa. At this juncture, Chair, we can commence our meeting, and I therefore wish to hand over to you to start the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. Am I audible to everyone?
You are audible, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I call this meeting to order? Good morning, honorable members and staff and stakeholders. At this juncture, I would like to call upon the committee secretary to give credentials for the delegates and before we proceed, so that we know whether we have a quorum. Mr. Kurasha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, may I make a proposal for your consideration in view of the fact that we have stakeholders on board? Maybe the Chair could give the honorable members who are in the opportunity to self-introduce, and then so that they get to be known in this phase, although we'll do it later, rather than me just reading through the present and absent. I stand guided, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kurasha. That's all in order. Honorable members, well, starting off with me, talking here is Honorable Dauti Ndiweni, a member of parliament from Zimbabwe. I'm the chair of the Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. as well as an executive member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Honorable members, can we introduce ourselves briefly? Thank you.
Eswatini?
My name is Duduz Matsebula from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matsebula. Malawi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. My name is Leonard Marwanda, representing the Parliament of Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to check with the desk officer for Mozambique if Honorable Agostinho is able to take the floor at this juncture. She's in the meeting, but I just want to get guidance whether she's ready to speak at the moment. Numayo?
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Kurasha.
Yes, Chair.
I can only hear you and I can't hear all the other honorable members. I don't know what's happening again.
So what you need to do, Honorable Chair, is on interpretation, select English.
Maybe I shouldn't mute my original. I've put English.
Don't unmute original and see if unmute
okay.
original and see if you can hear them.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Numayo, are you able to indicate whether Honorable Geronima is able to take the floor? Honorable Bergman from South Africa has indicated that he's having challenges with load shedding, but he'll be joining. If he has joined, he can take the floor. We have Honorable Zed from Tanzania. Honorable Zed, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Zedi from Tanzania, and I'm a member of this committee and also a member of the executive committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zed. Honorable Lumai, you can take the floor.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, honorable members of this great committee. My name is Victor Lumai. I am a member of this committee from the Republic of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, I wish to confirm the following in terms of our quorum. We have Botswana. Honorable Lisedi, are you able to hear me? So, President, Honorable Chair is Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe. We have received apologies from Seychelles, Mauritius, Madagascar, and on account of recent elections and parliament yet to fully constitute, we also have absence of Angola and Lesotho. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha, and thank you very much, honorable members. You're welcome. Honorable members, the draft, we move on to item number 2 on our agenda, but I'm really looking at the draft agenda on this item. The draft agenda was circulated to you all, and at this juncture, we want to see if there are any amendments to this draft agenda, or should we proceed? Are there any proposals for amendment to the agenda?
Chair, if I may, just for the benefit of members, I'm trying to share the agenda. If I do not succeed, I'll propose just to read through to refresh honorable members' memory.
Okay.
The agenda is the following items. It does not look like I'll succeed in sharing, and therefore I'll just read through. We have credentials of and apologies welcome remarks by the chairperson, consideration of previous meeting, consideration of minutes of previous meeting of the committee. And then we have the matters arising from the minutes. And then we will be going into the public hearing session. Those are the agenda items, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. Honorable members, as enunciated by our secretary, Mr. Kurasha, those are the agenda items. Is there anyone that wants to move for amendment of the agenda, or should we confirm the agenda as it is?
Honorable Lumai, you are muted.
I'm muted.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. I propose that we go ahead with the same agenda in the interest of time, because I've heard honorable members have not raised issues. So I'm just making a proposal that we go ahead with the current agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Lumai. It has been moved that we adopt the agenda. Any seconder?
I second the agenda.
That's Eswatini.
No,
Malawi.
Malawi, sorry. How are you, yes. Honorable? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the agenda is adopted as it is. Then we move on to the fourth item on the agenda, which are the welcome remarks from yours truly, the chair. Honorable members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, the Secretary General of SADC PF, Ms. Booma Sekoma, Committee Secretary, Mr. Sheuneni Kurasha, and other staff members from the SADC Secretariat and National Parliaments, moderator for public hearing session, rapporteurs and interpreters, representatives of partner organizations, representatives of media organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to this statutory meeting of SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, DGHR, which is taking place ahead of public hearing session being held under the theme, I quote, consolidating democracy by bringing parliament to the people, close quote. The public hearings are consistent with SADC PF's thrust since inception to promote interparliamentary cooperation and diplomacy across the region for common and collective cause. As you might recall, honorable members, when the SADC summit approved the establishment of SADC PF in terms of Article 9.2 of SADC PF Treaty on the 8th of September 1997 in Blantyre, Malawi, it was clearly stated that the principal objective was to open court, constitute a parliamentary consultative assembly, the ultimate goal being establishment of a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. Before the establishment of SADC PF, there was no regional parliamentary mechanism to engage SADC MPs on matters of regional importance and for MPs to in turn engage citizens and gather their views regarding regional matters. Accordingly, In pursuit of interparliamentary relations, one of the essential elements of SADC-PF's approach has been diligence in always putting people first. That is, knowing or attempting to know what SADC citizens want. This is in line with the fundamental principles of democracy, which hinges on the will of the people expressed through a representative body, such as Parliament, and the consciousness that legitimacy of any public policy process is anchored on genuine, meaningful public participation in line with the tenets of participatory democracy. Parliamentarians, as the elected representatives of the people, must therefore continually interact with their constituencies over the period of their electoral mandate, failing which there will be an asymmetry between the citizens' aspirations and parliamentary action. Such a disconnect could result in popular discontent and would pose a threat to peace, law, and social order. This is precisely why SADC-PF has over the years placed at the pinnacle continuous engagement between MPs and the citizenry at all levels, particularly at national level. For instance, the forum has successfully collaborated with its member parliaments to create national working groups to bridge the communication gap between citizenry and parliament and provide a platform for citizens to actively engage with MPs and share their concerns. In addition, the forum has always promoted citizen participation through an open door policy at the regional level to ensure that the voice of SADC citizenry is heard through themselves or their representatives. Furthermore, all model laws developed by the forum, including the SADC model law on elections, which was developed by our standing committee, are adopted following a consistent methodology which involves extensive consultation with all stakeholders, including SADC citizens. The forum has also consistently promoted SADC identity, which refers to the identity of citizens as part of geographical grouping with common interests and shared values. The forum has embraced public hearings, public awareness, campaigns, and other interactive fora as roundtable meetings that promote participatory democracy by enabling citizens and CSOs to interact with MPs and raise their concerns throughout their election mandate. In view of the above, all SADC-PF standing committees are conducting public hearings ahead of the 52nd plenary session to be held in the DRC from the 1st to the 11th of December 2022. Each standing committee will be engaging citizens across the region and receive their submissions of various issues of interest and concern based on its respective mandate. MPs will have an opportunity to engage with the citizens regarding the submissions and thereafter deliberate on them and make recommendations to the plenary assembly. We are commencing our meeting by considering internal procedural matters. At 1100 hours, we shall be joined by citizens for the public hearing. As reflected on the program, our committee will receive oral submissions on various issues, including processes, access to information, and curbing of corruption. We are indebted to the citizens for their honoring of our invitation, and we look forward to fruitful engagements. I thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members and stakeholders for listening to me. I'll then move ahead with our agenda and go to item number 4. Item number 4 on our agenda is consideration of the minutes that our committee held at the Madison Blue Santon Hotel in Johannesburg ahead of the 51st plenary session under the theme Strengthening the Role of Parliament in Curbing Corruption and Promoting Regional Accountability in the SADC region. I assume most of us or all of us, okay, oh, thank God, now the technology is working. So we've got the minutes on our screens. And what I will propose, honorable members, is to move item by item to accommodate the different languages. And then after moving item by item on corrections, then we will move on to the adoption of the minutes. So we'll start off with the first item, which were credentials. Any corrections there, any name that was excluded? Please, you can raise your hands, those that realize some corrections that have to be made, or raise your hand or even interject. I think I'll allow that for speed of this meeting. Let's move ahead. Second item. In attendance, any observations there? Let's move on. Yes, agenda item, let's move on. Let's move on down the agenda. Are we agreeable, honorable members, on the process that we're going through? Are you agreeable to it? Honorable members, your response?
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's move down. Scroll down. Can you scroll down the minutes, please? Please move down the agenda. Let's go to item number 1, credentials. Nothing. Welcome remarks. I don't see anything. I didn't pick anything because I also had read. Let's move on. Item number 3, welcome remarks by chair. Let's move on to item 4. Consideration of minutes of the standing committee. This was consideration of minutes. Item 5. Item 5 and item 5.1. Any corrections there, honorable members? We move on. 5.2. Resolutions, resolution by committee on enhancing the role of Parliament in promotion and protection of human rights on the 7th December 2020. Any corrections there? 5.2. 5.3. Is resolution by 4th plenary assembly on taking measures to promote women's political participation in the SADC region. Any corrections? 5.3. Let's move on. 5.4. 5-4. Five, 5-5. Right, 5-6. 5-6 and 5-7. Any corrections there, honorable members? Nothing. 5-8. 5-8. Anything? Nothing. 6. Item 6. Item 6 was presentation and adoption of the annual work plan. Okay, let's go ahead. Any corrections there, honorable members? We can move on. Mr. Kurasha. 6.1. This was the election timetable. Let's move on. There are no corrections there. No corrections there. 7. Consideration of SADC diplomatic mission to Venezuela. 7.1. Any corrections there, honorable members? Move on. Nothing. Seven two. 7.2 and 7.2.1. Nothing. Anything, honorable members? 7.2.2. Nothing. Anything there? 7.2.2. Let's proceed. Seven two three and 7.2.4. Voting audit cost audit. Separation of citizen branch and electoral branch. Anything else? Nothing. There are 3 possibilities here. Either our secretariat is very good, or that the members haven't read the minutes, or both, that the secretariat is too good and the members have read the minutes as well, and everything is okay. So there are 3 possibilities. Let's proceed, honorable members. Item 8, item 9. Any corrections on item 9? Let's proceed. Next item. 10. 10.1. Any corrections there, honorable members? Nothing? Let's move on. 10.2. Nothing there. Let's proceed. (10.2), no corrections. 10.3. Deliberations and recommendations. Nothing. 10.4. Nothing. Let's proceed. Next item. (11), which is the last item. Nothing there. Thank you very much, honorable members. I then would like to put these minutes to you as honorable members and see if anyone can move to adopt the minutes as a correct reflection of what transpired in this meeting. Any mover for adoption of the minutes? Honorable members, can you hear me? We need a mover for the adoption
Yeah,
of the minutes.
There's a hand from Honorable Matsebula from Eswatini.
Yes, Honorable Matsebula, go ahead.
Chair, can I kindly move that we adopt the minutes?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Matsebula. It has been moved that we adopt the minutes. Any seconder? Any seconder for adoption of the minutes?
I second that.
Okay. Honorable Wanda.
Okay, yeah, I second that the minutes be adopted.
Oh, okay. Honorable Mwalwanda, Malawi. Thank you very much, my brother. Right. I thank you, honorable members. Our minutes are then duly adopted. We move on to the next item on our agenda, which is consideration of matters arising from the minutes. I think following the same procedure that we did on the correction of the minutes, if we could just go through item by item and see if there are any matters arising, or preferably, does anyone have any matters arising from the minutes? Mr. Kurasha, can we go item by item?
Yes, Chair, and I'm going to reshare the minutes so that they are able to take the members item by item.
Thank you. Kindly rebeam the minutes.
The minutes are being shared on screen. We may proceed.
Thank you. Let's go down. I don't think there will be any matter arising on the credentials. Let's move on. Can we scroll down? Scroll down past the agenda. Maybe we start off with the welcome remarks by the chair. Any matters arising on the Chair Geronimus' welcome remarks? Honorable members. Nothing. Let's move on, Mr. Prasha. Next item, item 4. It was consideration of minutes. Let's move on. Resolutions of the 48th plenary. Yes, item 5.1. Item 5 and item 5.1. Any matters arising, Honorable
Chair, I don't know if you can hear me. I wanted to update honorable members with regards to item 5.1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. You can go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. So in pursuant to this resolution, we have developed principles and guidelines for parliaments in curbing corruption. The committee will have the opportunity to validate this tool, this knowledge tool, between January and February next year. It's one of the early items that we are going to consider. In fact, there are now going to be a number of these knowledge tools, including the one on the role of parliament in the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as the region-wide study on the challenges women face in political participation. Honorable members will recall that when we met on 4 and 5 November, we also indicated that the RWPC and Gaywide were meeting on 6 and 7 to deal with the findings from the region-wide study. So all the 3 knowledge tools are going to be considered to be validated by the committee towards the end of January, beginning of February next year. We'll confirm the dates and communicate on time before end of the year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. I think
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Lumai.
Yeah, does it now mean that 5.1 remains like this, or it will need amendments? I wanted to get a clarification from Mr. Kurasha.
Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kurasha.
So what we're doing, we adopted the minutes as a correct record already. What we are doing are matters arising, where we may then share any developments that benefit members in terms of a subsequent action or developments that could have happened since the committee met and deliberated on this matter in the manner reflected in the minutes. So the intention is to just update the honorable members. The record won't change. This will be reflected. What we're talking about now will be reflected in the next record for this meeting. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It is clear.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lumai and Mr. Kurasha for submission. Let's go ahead. 5.2.
5.2, Chair, if I may also update the committee. Yes, Chair, you recall that the committee managed to convince the 50th Plenary Assembly that we needed to develop a model law. Chair, my apologies. This item I have already briefed together with 5.1. I mixed up issues, Chair. We may proceed.
Okay, that's fine.
Sure.
Thank you. Let's move on to 5.3.
Equally 5.3, I updated earlier as Chair. It falls under the same category of the knowledge tools that we are going to be considering in the first quarter of the year, of next year.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. And honorable members, anything from 5.3 from yourselves? Nothing? 5.4?
If I may, Chair, 5.4, and honorable members will recall that we received a presentation from one of the civil society organizations from Lesotho, and they were sharing with us how the omnibus bill, which incorporated the 21 provisions from the model law, which their stakeholders in Lesotho had adopted as part of what must constitute that draft bill. We must follow with keen interest what happens in Lesotho after the new government has been constituted, whether the omnibus bill will be brought back to Parliament. And we must have interest because there are significant components of the model law on elections which are incorporated in that draft bill. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. But just a bit of clarity there, Mr. Kurasha.
Yes, Chair.
Can you clarify on our model laws? I remember we had a workshop in Lesotho,
Yes.
vis-a-vis model laws on election. Can we get information on, in terms of how much was taken in from our model laws on the election that they had just recently?
Yes, Chair. In fact, you may recall, Chair, that when we met in Joburg, the Chair was attending virtually. We received a comprehensive report from one of the civil society organizations, which was confirming that the 21 provisions of the model law, which were adopted by the stakeholders on 18 and 19 May during the workshop the Chair is referring to, had been integrated into the omnibus bill. That then the omnibus bill, after it had been passed by Parliament and all the dynamics that happened, was later.
Point of order, Mr. Kurasha. You are moving away from your mic, or something is happening. You are slowly disappearing.
Okay. Can you hear me better now, Chair?
Yes, now you're clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was explaining that, Chair, we received a comprehensive report on the developments in Lesotho, including what happened post the meeting of 18 and 19 May, where electoral stakeholders, under the convening of Parliament, adopted 21 provisions of the SADC model law as priority areas of action or relevant in Lesotho. They were incorporated into the omnibus bill, which then was later passed by Parliament. But in the aftermath, the High Court invalidated that draft bill for internal reasons which were explained. And because of that, we have been informed that the standing orders in Lesotho allow for business which remained from previous Parliament to be brought back before Parliament. And this seems to be the preference of many stakeholders. And that's why I had said the committee members need to follow with interest. The Secretariat will follow the matter and constantly update the committee members, but we just needed to alert the members to say, this is where we are, and it's a matter we have interest in, whether or not within the context of the SADC-led reforms, the omnibus bill will be brought back. Because what happened, the last election, because of the invalidation of the omnibus bill by the court, went on without any electoral reforms in Lesotho.
Thank
So
you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha.
Mhm.
Can we move on to 5.5?
5.5, Chair, the update we wish to give is that the questionnaire that was sent to Parliament for members to complete to get baseline information regarding the mechanisms and practices for separation of powers in SADC National Parliament as part of information gathering for the drafting of the SADC model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law has been poorly responded to. And that's why we brought Justice Dingake at the last meeting to appeal to the DG members to say, take interest and be the champion in your national parliament to make sure that your parliament has submitted the questionnaires. We had asked each parliament to nominate or to designate 6 members, at least 6 members, including the speaker, representatives of ruling parties, representatives of opposition parties, to complete the questionnaire. And the responses have been very disappointing, honorable members. And Chair, through you, the appeal is for honorable members to take interest. It will be sad if at the conclusion of this process, we are only relying on desk review when we could have obtained the information from members through the research instrument that has been circulated through the clerk's office. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. Honorable members, as you have heard, I think all is not yet lost. It is up to us. You see, we are this. Our committee constitutes 16 members of national parliament. So if we take it upon ourselves to go back to our parliaments and try and encourage the undertaking of this, the filling of the questionnaire and undertaking of this study, it would do a lot enhancing the work of our committee. So I appeal to you, honorable members, to take this initiative and revert back to your national parliaments and encourage that this study be undertaken. I submit. Thank you. 5.6.
I've raised my hand, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Honorable Dudus.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on 5.5. When is the deadline for submission, if I may ask?
Can you come in, Mr. Kurasha?
We had given the deadline for end of May, Chair. And like we're saying, because the process is still underway, last week, the consultant was asking whether they should proceed on the basis of desk review. And I said to them, we appealed to the committee during the 4th and 5th November. We are also going to meet as a committee today, and I will still bring up the matter. So we count on honorable members if in the next 2 weeks this could be done before we break for holidays. As we meet in DRC, maybe we can receive the submission. That's what I've appealed to the consultant, because we now run into a problem where we have overrun the contract period, but we have been depending on the goodwill of the consultant to still appeal to members so that we can get submissions.
Are you answered, Honorable Maseban?
Matsebula.
Maseban.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
So that means it gives us another 2 weeks in a nutshell. Thank you. Let's proceed. Item 5.6.
5-6 Chair, we have not yet been able to mobilize resources to develop the model law on small arms and light weapons. Luckily, one of the stakeholders we have identified as a technical partner, disarmament and arms control, the director is going to present to the committee as part of the public hearings. Maybe we can get an update from him if he sees light at the end of the tunnel in terms of us being able to mobilize resources to commence the development of this model law. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else, honorable members, on 5-6? 5-7?
5-7, Chair, the technical working group has been established. In fact, it has been quite handy as a resource in reviewing the knowledge tools that I alluded to earlier, which the committee is going to validate in first quarter of the year. We will have the opportunity of meeting some of the members of the technical working group during that validation meeting, because we would benefit from their input, because these are representatives of different regional and international organizations that we collaborate with. The technical working group is, as indicated there, is like a reference group that supports the work of the committee by sharing current information which is useful to the mandate of the committee.
Thank you. Anything else, honorable members, 5-7? If not, then we move on to 5-8. Mr. Kurasha, anything there? No?
Chair, just to say that I've received my bonus courtesy of the commendation of the committee. That's just a joke, Chair. There is nothing to add. We're just appreciating the recognition of the Secretariat's effort by the committee.
Thank you, thank you. Otherwise, I was coming straight to your inbox. Eh? Let's proceed. Item 6.
Item 6, Chair. The current model of election observation financing is one where the funding is done by national parliament. And maybe the point, and Chair, you know this from the experience in Angola. And soon after Angola, we're supposed to observe elections in Lesotho. We were not able to because of the low uptake by national parliament. Maybe the appeal is for members of the committee to engage and lobby parliament in good time based on the election calendar, so that the funding for election observer missions are integrated into the budget of the institution of parliament. Otherwise, we will miss an opportunity, an important opportunity, to be able to lobby for the domestication of the SADC model law on election, because election observation gives us an opportunity to actually assess the extent to which the model law has been domesticated and identify the gaps that exist. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. I have a point to add there as well. I'm not very comfortable with this item, the way it's factored, that it's just dependent on national parliaments capacitating their teams for observer missions. I raised this item at the executive committee meeting, that there is need to look for an alternative funding. The forum itself should look for some alternative funding, because unless we do that, because typified by example of what happened in Lesotho, we could not send an observer mission to Lesotho because national parliaments could not fund the mission. Then what happens if all the time national parliaments can't fund? Then we can't operate. I personally feel the forum should sit down and look for alternative funding, because this is one of the pinnacle, missions for the forum. For us to exist and be known to exist, if we don't participate in observer missions, then we might as well, we really are leading ourselves to oblivion of some sort. So I personally am of the opinion that we should raise this item again at plenary to say we are not happy, because it's our committee that's incapacitated if we are meant to solely rely on national parliament. I think it's high time that our forum sits down and looks for alternative funding for such mission. Thank you. I don't know if there is any other contribution, honorable members.
There is Honorable Malanta from Malawi. I saw a hand, unless if it's an old hand.
Thank
Yes,
you very
go
much.
ahead.
Thank
Go
you very
ahead,
much.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chair. I should concur with you, because that leaves SADC to a loose end, because what happens is that if one country can't send the members to observe mission, it leaves that country not to learn from how other countries hold their elections. And this is giving a lot of, loopholes to other countries. That's why we have a lot of these allegations that if this party has won the election, then they have stolen the elections, because there are nobody who is backing the election from SADC. Therefore, we really need to find means and ways that SADC should always be present during elections. Thank you. I submit, Chair.
Chairperson.
Yes, come in, Honorable Lumai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would love to add on your words to affirm that your submission is the submission of all of us. Suffice to say that when we were in Angola, I was not all that, agreeable, whatever, to the guidelines, whatever that. Something which was for this committee. I saw other honorable members from different committees to come and join us, and it did not sit well with some of us, because we thought that it was our time for us to undertake that observation mission. And should that be allowed in future, Secretariat, it will make this committee relevant, because we are politicians. So in other countries, they are going to use it as a precedence. They will say, no, it took place, we had to just to send it, as long as one is a member. So it is very important that as we go to observe these elections, Mr. Kurasha and the team, ensure that only members of this committee are the members who are invited. Things to do with the finance, also invite those in finance committee to go and attend. Things to do with the, is it human rights, whatever, send those line committees to handle those things. Otherwise, I'm very much agreeable with the chair and the Honorable Mwarwanda from Malawi, but I wanted to add that if there are any amendments within the SADC PF Secretariat where a committee mission, you invite people from other committees to join and leave the owners of that committee, I think that needs to be amended, and it should not happen again, because it will be raising conflict within us members. I wanted to make that submission, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lumai. I think at this juncture, I would like Mr. Kurasha to come in and give us an overview of what was agreed prior, so much so that we understand what led to that observer mission. and then us as the current committee can make our recommendations, which I support very much what Mr. Lumai is saying, but there was a reason why the forum did what they did, the secretariat did what they did. And I would like to give Mr. Kurasha a chance to come in and elaborate.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will tackle two issues, Chair. The first one, which you alluded to in terms of sustainability of funding, the funding model for election observation missions. Honorable Chair, that question is a pertinent one because unless we resolve that issue, we also risk our own reputation, even with electoral commissions who often find our mission reports very useful, and therefore we are almost among the first ones to receive invitations to come and observe. And often when we have cancelled these missions, it happens last minute. And you must see the inconvenience that it puts the Secretariat into in terms of having to now deal with very disappointed stakeholders that would have put arrangements for our mission, but are now having to accept that we are not proceeding with the mission. It's also inconvenient even for the parliaments that would have confirmed their participation, because sometimes it happens that we have not been able to deploy because we do not have sufficient parliaments confirming, not that we didn't have any at all. So members would have left other work they could have committed to, and only to be told last minute, we are very sorry, the mission will not take place. So from the Secretariat's perspective, be rest assured that our wish is for this mission to be sustained, because we know the value it brings, particularly with the model law on elections. It is the go-to at the moment instrument in the SADC region in terms of pushing for electoral reforms. The question really is that when you look at the terrain of donor funding, donors have long lost appetite in funding elections. Even where they fund, they also are not funding every country. And SADC-PF being a membership-driven entity, the intention is to observe every election. So as a result, SADC-PF has had to look internally. So the question of what is the modality internally is a question that requires the leadership of the committee and the plenary assembly, whether there will be adequate resources that could be channeled to SADC Parliamentary Forum for that purpose, or they must continue to come from member parliaments with all the challenges we have faced and the inconveniences. So, Chair, we do need to have a predictable and sustainable funding model for our elections program, not just observation, but electoral reform in particularly the domestication of the SADC model law on elections. Then the second aspect that Honorable Lumai alluded to, the proposal to have election observation being an exclusive engagement of the DG committee to the exclusion of other committees or other members of the SADC-PF. Indeed, it's a long-running matter where one of the standing decisions right now is that observer missions should be chaired by speakers of parliament as heads of mission. The reason for this was often when they are observer missions, and honorable members, you would have seen this in Angola, they are led by high-profile figures. And if you do not have a head of mission with that stature, in diplomatic and also in media circles, you tend to be choked. No one will listen to your mission because newsmakers tend to focus on the stature of the head of mission. Since we have speakers as speakers of parliament as members, why not make use, take full advantage of that? So that is the context and rationale within which the plenary assembly resolved to say speakers henceforth will be heads of missions. And I don't think that that is a subject of contestation. Then there was an issue of the participation of members of the DG committee, that's one level. Participation of other members of SADC-PF who are not members of DG. The third level is participation of other members of parliament who are not members of SADC-PF. When the matter has been considered on several occasions, election observation was viewed as an opportunity for citizens to see SADC-PF in action promoting democracy. And the participation of other members other than those of the DG are seen as an opportunity for others to view or to experience SADC-PF as a regional parliament, not just a parliament of members who are designated to it and who actually are representatives of their parliament. So that is the rationale with which the plenary assembly had resolved to say, let it be broadened not just to members of DG, not just to members of SADC-PF, but also to members of parliament who are not necessarily members of SADC-PF. Then there is a component where we have always collaborated with the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on gender, because gender is an election issue, and we actually assess gender equality as one of the assessments for any election. And that mandate squarely falls on the Regional Women's Parliamentary Committee and the Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and the Youth Development Committee. So to that extent, the DG committee, even when we have deployed technical missions, have accepted that it is rational for us to have a member of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and usually the chairperson or vice chairperson of the DG undertaking those missions. So there are pros and cons for either of the positions. And at the end of the day, it is a subject of the extent to which you can exercise your diplomatic skills to argue and convince your colleagues that you need to be left as the committee exclusively responsible. What was agreed is that the committee needs to continue to shepherd the issues of electoral reforms. That's why we developed the model law. But when it comes to election observation, to the extent that it is a high-end political activity, it is taken as an institutional engagement, and therefore the process goes beyond just the leadership of the committee and involves speakers of parliament who also are members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. I think we are running out of time, but as a committee and how I understood Mr. Lumai, I think the leadership of the mission is not contested yet. The leadership of the mission, members of the DGHR committee would appreciate if a Speaker of Parliament heads the mission. But I think it's just the composition. And I think we have a chance, honorable members, to voice our concern because, well, according to us and other members, because it's pointless to expose other members who are not in the committee when even members that are in the committee have not yet been exposed to election observation. So I feel, you see, charity begins at home. We have to, first of all, the individual members that constitute the committee have to be, considered, first and foremost, and then later on we extend it to other members. This is my contribution. Any other contribution? I think we're running out of time as well. Because
I was going to raise that to say we have 8 minutes to conclude so that we are ready by 11 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, come in.
Yeah, just to add to what you have stated, I think when we have got an opportunity like this one to talk to ourselves, members within this committee, it is just important that we raise issues which concern our committee. And I want to solidify the position of the chair that the concern is not only the leadership, the speaker or whatever, no. The concern is on the membership. You find that, for example, in Zambia, you have a meeting for the Committee on Finance. Then you invite a member of DG, you leave the member of Finance, a member of DG to go and represent the meeting for Finance, leaving the actual member. So what we are saying, Mr. Kurasha, is that you need to amend whether it is the standing orders or whatsoever as coming from this committee, that anything to do with election observation or anything for this committee, you can even say that members invited are members of DG, but if a parliament has got extra resources, they can also nominate somebody else. But what we are saying is priority must be given to members of this committee, because not only me, but as members who have been speaking on the sidelines without Mr. Kurasha in attendance. So I'm just bringing out, or we are just bringing out to you what honorable members feel that next time we don't want to see the situation which happened in Angola. It's just a submission we are making that as a committee, we don't want to be our rights to be infringed on, because it is us to learn how to observe elections. So anything to do with elections or anything for this committee must be for these committee members. I submit to Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Lumai. Democracy starts at home, and it should start with this committee. Let's proceed to the next item. 7.7.07.1. Let's scroll down, Mr. Kurasha. I don't think there's anything there, unless you have.
No, there isn't. Chair, this was just a report back. I think the issues that required updates are the ones we have dealt with.
Okay, let's proceed. 7.22. 7.23. Anything from you, Mr. Kurasha? Honorable members?
Not on this one.
Okay, let's proceed. 7.24. Nothing. Item 8. PFM. Nothing. Item 9. Item 10. Nothing. Let's proceed. Item 11, the last item. Thank you. We have come to the end. Honorable members, we have concluded the first part of our business. We were supposed to take a break between concluding. We thought we would have time to take a break and then reconvene at 11. But we are left with a few minutes. I think it's 3 or 4 minutes to 11. So we might as well just give this room to Mr. Kurasha for any housekeeping before we reconvene in a few minutes for the public hearing. Mr. Kurasha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to encourage honorable members to be on time in the next 3 minutes, and let's stay through, because the stakeholders are showing a lot of interest and they are here for us, and therefore let's be ready to listen to them and receive the submissions when we commence the public hearing. Thank you very much, Chair. We meet at 11.
Thank you very much. Just a short, few minutes break, honorable members. We start at 11 exactly.
Why can't we give it 10 minutes, Chair?
The problem is where this meeting was advertised extensively for 11, and
Okay.
it's not only us who are already in this meeting. I stand to be guided.
It's true,
Thank
Chair.
you.
We have external stakeholders, and when you look at the schedule, it's quite packed. They really want to seize the opportunity to make presentations. So we beg your indulgence.
Okay.
Sure.
Meeting adjourned.
Honorable members, our stakeholders, as we get ready to commence, maybe let me just make those announcements again, housekeeping issues, before I hand over to the to our moderator. We wish to advise of the following when we start our public hearings. We would like you to keep your mics muted unless you are invited to take the floor by the chair. Also, remember the meeting is available in 3 languages through interpretation, simultaneous interpretation, English, French, and Portuguese. You select your preferred language on the Zoom interpretation icon. Also to indicate that the meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the committee for record purposes. Should you wish to take the floor, you will have to raise your hand through the raise hand icon. Communication to the chair must be channeled through the chat box. You can send directly into our inboxes, or you can paste on the general chat. Those who are going to have videos on, make sure that your camera is properly set, and avoid any embarrassing situations that may occur should your camera capture your background. We also request all participants to write their names full, the organizations they represent, where you are here in your individual capacity. Just indicate so that citizen from and name the country where you're coming from. At this juncture, I want to hand over to our moderator. Our moderator is Mr. Ernest Moloi from Botswana. He will briefly introduce himself and he will take over the moderation of our public hearings. Mr. Moloi is a journalist. And Mr. Moloi, are you ready? Are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Krusha.
Yeah, may I hand over to you? Are you ready?
Mr. Krusha, point of order.
Yes, Chair.
Where are your remarks, opening remarks coming in?
The part I was doing, Chair, housekeeping, is the part that I needed to do. I hand over to the moderator, then he will deal with the rest.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. So, Mr. Moloi, I have the honor of inviting you. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare a brief bio of you, so I will request you to self-introduce as you take the floor and lead us through the meeting. I'm in the meeting and will continue to support you. Where you need my support, please directly indicate and I'll be ready to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Krusha. Let me first of all greet warmly all the members of the Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. I also want to greet the members, the citizens of SADC who have honored our invitation, or the SADC PF invitation, to be here today. We appreciate what they have done for us, and we hope that at the conclusion of this public hearings, we will come up with a solid framework which will guide the deliberations of this mission going forward. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ernest Moloi. I am the chief sub-editor of the newspaper here, the first commercial newspaper in the country in Botswana called the Botswana Guardian. I also work with another newspaper. It's a sister publication called the Midweek Sun. I've been with these publications for the last, let me say, over 30 years now. And we have followed the work of SADC PF from inception to this day. So I'm really honored to be here today. I think the next step is for me now to ask or to invite the chairperson of the standing committee to briefly introduce the members of this committee.
Chair, you have been invited to introduce the members. What I noticed is that most of the stakeholders were already with us when we started in the morning, but for purposes of making sure that members are adequately introduced, the moderator has requested you to introduce yourself and to allow the members to introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krusha. Thank you very much, Mr. Moloi, and thank you for being available to assist us as moderator. Good morning, SADC citizens. My name is Dauti Ndiweni. I'm a member of parliament from Zimbabwe. I am the chairman of the Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as well as a member of the Executive Committee. I would like at this juncture to call on other members of the DGHR committee, as we call it, to briefly introduce themselves to you. Honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
My name is
Matsebula.
yes. My name is Mtutuzi Matsebula from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm a member of the DGHR committee. Thank you.
Chair, I
Go
don't,
ahead, honorable members.
hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Leonard Mwalwanda, Member of Parliament for Malawi and a member for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Selemani Zedi, a member of parliament from Tanzania, and I'm also a member of this committee.
Thank you, Honorable Zedi. Honorable Lumai. And other honorable members that haven't introduced themselves.
Je suis, merci Monsieur le Président. Je suis Mohamed Josva de Madagascar. Membre de l'association à Madagascar.
All right. Just to guide through you, Chair, that at this point we are introducing honorable members of the committee. We are introducing members of the committee so that we save time. If we were to introduce everyone, we would lose a lot of time. Zambia, Mozambique, you want to take the floor, honorable members? Mozambique.
Muito obrigada. Muito bom dia, senhor presidente da nossa comissão. Bom dia, caros colegas. E eu não estou para responder exatamente, mas estou para pedir, porque tenho problemas de tradução aqui. Não estou a entender, nem que seja para intervir. É difícil porque não estou com alguma dificuldade de tradução. Não sei o que está a acontecer.
Sure. Honorable Jeronima, we request for your IT to help you select Portuguese on the languages. There is interpretation, so I think you just need to select the Portuguese on the languages. Try that and let us know if you have one. Are you able to hear interpretation, Honorable Jeronima?
Já está, já está.
Sim. Obrigado. Obrigado.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, Honorable Jeronina Augustina. Sorry, I think we're having challenges from Mozambique and Zambia. So meanwhile, I know
Zambia, Zambia,
Zambia
here,
is back. Sorry, we called on you, Honorable Lumai. Can you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Oh, I didn't just hear you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our participants. My name's Honorable Lumai Victor from the Republic of Zambia. I'm a member of this committee, and back home here, I am a member of the Public Accounts Committee in the Republic of Zambia. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Lumai. Honorable Augustino, for last call, can you hear me? Unfortunately,
Perfeitamente.
we'll have.
Perfeito. Eu
Go
sou
ahead,
Jerônima Agostinho.
go ahead.
Posso? Eu chamo-me Jerônima Agostinho, membro da Comissão Permanente de Democratização, Boa Governação e Direitos Humanos. No meu parlamento, sou membro da Comissão dos Assuntos Sociais do Gênero, Tecnologias e Comunicação Social. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Augustino. By the way, Honorable Augustino is the past chairman of this committee, honorable members and citizens. At this juncture, I would like to return the floor to Mr. Moloi, our moderator, to carry on. Thank you, Mr. Moloi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. After those brief introductions, I would now like to invite the Chairperson to make a brief welcome remarks. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. As long as technology is not failing me here.
Can you hear you, Chair?
You can hear me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, parliamentarians from the SADC National Parliaments, Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC PF secretarial staff and staff of SADC National Parliament, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, DGHR, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to welcome all of you to this public hearing session being held under the theme Open Court, Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliament to the People. The international right to take part in governance has two aspects, namely the right to vote, and another equally important right, the right to participate between elections. The first right is well developed and often well understood, but not so much with the second right. Democracy empowers individual citizens with meaningful agency by being able to participate in the determination of their political fate. In fact, democratic processes require active, animated citizens who engage with each other to identify and understand their political interests, to discover their social value, to decide public issues through public debate. When it comes to public participation in legislative processes, ultimately democratic values in a pluralistic society are satisfied only if the following three conditions are met. One, first, the laws must result from a fair and open participatory process in which all publicly available reasons have been respected. Secondly, the outcome is such that citizens may continue to cooperate in deliberation rather than merely comply. Thirdly, the source of sovereign power is the public deliberation of the majority. I am therefore elated to inform you that the public hearings we are holding today signify SADC Parliamentary Forum's deliberate thrust to ensure genuine public participation in SADC's regional integration agenda. As you may recall, when the SADC Summit approved the establishment of SADC PF in terms of Article 9.2 of the SADC Treaty on the 8th of September 1997 in Blantyre, Malawi, it was clearly stated that the principal objective was to, open quote, constitute a parliamentary consultative assembly, the ultimate goal being establishment of a regional parliamentary framework for underlying dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. And I repeat, it's meant for dialogue on issues of regional interest and concern. In view of the above, before the establishment of SADC PF, there was no regional parliamentary mechanism to engage SADC MPs on matters of regional matters. And for the MPs to in turn engage citizens and allow them to voice their concern on socio-economic development of the region. We hold this role as sacrosanct. To remain legitimate, parliaments must continually engage citizens throughout the period of their electoral mandate. Failure to facilitate genuine public participation by parliament often leads to serious disconnect that could pose a threat to peace, law, and social order. SADC PF must be commended for always advocating for engagement between MPs and the citizenry throughout its work at both national and regional level. This has been entrenched in all its working processes as epitomized by the process of developing model laws. For instance, the forum has successfully collaborated with its member parliaments to create national working groups to bridge communication gap between citizenry and parliament and provide a platform for citizens to actively engage with MPs and share their concerns. In addition, the forum has always promoted citizen participation through open door policy at the regional level to ensure that the voice of SADC citizenry is heard through themselves or their representatives. Furthermore, all model laws developed by the forum, including the SADC model law on elections, which was developed by our standing committee, are adopted following a consistent methodology which involves extensive consultation with all stakeholders, including SADC citizens. The forum has also consistently promoted SADC identity, which refers to the identity of citizens as part of a geographical grouping with common interests and shared values. I welcome all of you, especially young people, to this public hearing and invite you to seize the window of opportunity to ensure that your voices are heard and that your aspirations are integrated into regional policy processes. I thank you. Mr. Molai, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much for that great speech. We hope that the SADC citizens have heard you loud and clear. At this point, I would like to make there's some interference. I don't know if somebody wants to.
Mute Mr. Saleh. Mr. Saleh, please keep your mic muted, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, sure. All right.
Right. At this point, I would like to give an overview of the public hearing proceedings. And this is how we are going to continue in this committee. I will do so by looking at the consolidated program that we have here. First, we would like the citizens, when they make their presentations, to introduce themselves and state the organization they represent. Or if they are presenting on their individual capacity, they should indicate so. Secondly, we want all submissions to be made in 12 to 15 minutes. That is the maximum, 15. Also, let us know that any clarity-seeking questions can be asked by members in very exceptional cases. I'm sure Mr. Kurasha and the chairperson would also like to expound on those exceptional cases if need be. Would also like people making presentations and submissions to indicate that after all these submissions have been received, let us know that members will deliberate, members of the committee will deliberate on the matters and make recommendations to the plenary assembly. Now at this point, Chairperson, I would like to go through the consolidated program so that we understand what you are going to go through, what we will be discussing. We are beginning with the thematic issues. They are focusing on these about 4 or so questions. Yes, those thematic questions center around, the first one would be, are socio-economic human rights sufficiently protected? That is, in particular, the right to education and the right to housing. The second question will revolve around, do citizens have a say in the organization of election processes to ensure fairness? And then the third question, is there freedom to access information about government affairs for accountability purposes? And the last question would be, access to citizen services hampered by the need to bribe officials? How strong is the anti-corruption framework? These are the thematic questions that we'll be discussing starting from this moment until this afternoon around 3:45. And our presenters would be from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Southern Africa, who is Boni Mensa from Malawi, who would be speaking on the rights violations for persons with albinism We would also have Mpho Jope, also on the rights violations for persons with albinism. These are coordinated by Amnesty International Regional Office for Eastern and Southern Africa. And then we would have Joseph Dube, who is the Director on Disarmament and Arms Control, speaking on the issue of promoting the domestication of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And then we would also have Letlogonolo Letshele, who is an electoral systems researcher. He would be speaking to My Vote Counts South Africa. And then we'd also have Dean Mutata from South Africa. That's a youth from, I'm sorry, it's not South Africa. From Zimbabwe, yeah. And then the issue that they are presenting on youth inclusion in governance. And the question is, why are you so old, MPs? And then we would also have, well, at 12:30 to 12:45, we'd have Pamoja, which is Project Namibia. And then 12:45 to 2 o'clock, would go on a lunch break. I think we'll continue with the rest. Or maybe let me just finish. From 14:15 to 14:30, then it will be Kenyiwe Center for Human Rights from the University of Pretoria. And then Raymond Mazambe, from Zimbabwe. That's a youth representative under SAT. Asking the question why SADC needs to ride the data revolution and how young people can help. And then we'll have Chantel De Souza, who is the coordinator, Southern Africa Anti-Corruption Network. Lastly, Pusetso Morapedi, who is the director platform to protect whistleblowers in Africa, in Southern Africa. At 15:30 to 15:45, then that will be the German International Cooperation on Peace and Security Regional Office. Chairperson, this is the overview that I'm going to give about the proceedings. I would like to now hand over back to you to direct the proceedings. Thank you.
If I may guide the moderator, it is your responsibility to invite the presenters, take the floor, monitor the issue of time, and allow them to present, check whether there will be any clarification questions before we move to the next. So because we have overrun the program a bit, just make sure that we stay within the 15 minutes for each presentation so that we don't lose time.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. Okay, now we'll take the first presentation from Boniface Misa of Malawi. Thank you. I invite Boniface Misa from Malawi.
Boniface, are you in the meeting? In the event that they may not be currently present, we can swap and move to the next, and then when they are in, we can give them the opportunity. So let's just check if they are in. If not, we can take the next presenter.
Thank you again, Mr. Kurasha. It seems Boniface is not here. So now can we have Mr. Mpho Jope? Is Mpho Jope in? I invite you to make your presentation. I don't see any hand. It seems as if he's not in as well.
Yeah, because they're both coordinated by Amnesty International. Maybe let's move to the next. I'll be following up and I'll let you know.
Right. Can we now take Joseph Dube? Thank you, Joseph Dube.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to members of parliament. And also thank
Sorry,
you.
Through the chair, Mr. Mloy, when you read your program, I thought you indicated that the first presenter was UNOHCHR. What happened?
Can you repeat that, Mr. Kurosh? I didn't hear that.
I said when you read the overview of the program, I thought you said the first presenter was UNOHCHR. So can you hear me now? Yeah, I was saying when you presented the consolidated program, I thought you indicated that UNOHCHR was the first presenter. Did that change perhaps because they are ready and they've been in the meeting? Maybe we can give them the opportunity because they had prepared based on the program you shared.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha, because
Sure.
I thought you had said those who are not present, we could just skip them, and then when they come, we'll slot them in. But if they are in, can they please take over? And then we'll give back to Joseph Dube. Thank you.
Hi, hello, good morning, bonjour, bon dia. My name is Laurence André. I'm from the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for Southern Africa, based in South Africa. Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Moderator, honorable members of the SADC Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate to the public hearings. It's an honor to do this presentation on behalf of the regional representative of the UNOHCHR for Southern Africa, Ms. Abigail Noko, who is currently on mission. This presentation will focus on the human rights critical contribution to peace and security, as well as economic development in the SADC countries. It is mainly drawn from research and case analysis undertaken by the UN, OHCHR, the World Bank, among others, and which are already reflected in the more comprehensive report presented last March by OHCHR to the Human Rights Council on the contribution of respect for all human rights and fundamental freedoms to achieving the purposes and upholding the principle of the Charter of the United Nations. The international community and SADC member states have repeatedly acknowledged that in addition to being a key purpose in themselves, the protection and promotion of all human rights for all and the building of resilient, inclusive and just societies are essential to achieve lasting and sustainable peace and development, which are themselves interlinked and mutually reinforcing. Inclusive and sustainable development, anchored in the protection and promotion of human rights, gender equality, and the goal of leaving no one behind, is the best defense against conflicts. Human rights are essential for addressing the SADC region's most pressing issues, the causes and impacts of the complex crisis in some of its countries, and for building sustainable, safe, and peaceful societies, as recalled globally by the UN Secretary General. Serious human rights violations are frequently identified as root causes, triggers, or drivers of the conflict, as well as their consequences. Many violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arising from inequality, exclusion, and feelings of injustice. And this is particularly true for Southern Africa. While most countries in the region enjoy a stable political environment, despite some internal political, security, and economic tensions, there are, however, some situations of armed conflicts and political and civil unrest in the region. Those social unrest and protests are mainly based on grievances about economic and social rights. Southern Africa indeed remains one of the most unequal regions in the world, despite countries undertaking significant redistributive spending particularly on education and health. Many countries which are slowly recovering from the socio-economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are highly in debt or already in debt crisis and are experiencing rising levels of inflation and unemployment. Most of the countries have also been severely impacted by the rising cost of basic items due to the conflict in Ukraine and against Russia. Those grievances often overlap with protests over civil and political issues. Some governments are handling such protests with excessive use of force and violence, and by closing the democratic space, in particular by restricting freedoms of assembly, information, and expression, both online and offline. Elections, especially those highly contested, are often sensitive events, which may act as triggers of tensions, unrest, and violence. Moreover, poverty, food insecurity, and climate change are putting a strain on social cohesion in several SADC countries, with increasing levels of xenophobia and hate speech linked to the presence of foreigners, but also high level of gender-based violence. All those human rights issues, if left unaddressed, are likely to become a risk to peace and security at the national but also regional levels. In this respect, the international human rights framework, which focuses on the prohibition of discrimination and the progressive realization of economic, social, and cultural rights, provides a critical foundation for sustaining peace. Existing human rights mechanisms and information they produce can help identify the root causes of those conflicts and crises, as well as those who are in the most vulnerable situation and how to address them. DGHR has documented numerous examples of how the protection and promotion of human rights within a peacekeeping context contribute to supporting political processes, building sustainable peace and preventing violent conflict. Adopting a human rights-based approach contributes to building confidence, credibility, and sustainable governance, developing communication, restoring and extending state authority, as well as establishing the rule of law, reconciliation, and transitional justice. Upholding human rights, which entails building trust in state institutions, consolidating general interests, and enabling meaningful participation of people and groups, is one of the best means to prevent conflicts, as already mentioned. This is because it helps to resolve general problems before they arise by allowing all kinds of grievances to be peacefully expressed and addressed on a regular basis. Meaningful participations plays a crucial role in the promotion of democracy, the rule of law, social inclusion, and economic development. It allows marginalized individuals and groups to be empowered. It is necessary that state decisions are made in a transparent and accountable manner with the participation of those who will be affected by those decisions. The right to information, which is linked to the right to participate in public affairs, increases public trust in the government and its institutions, including with regard to corruption, by making government activities more transparent. This requires a safe and enabling environment, the civic space, within which people can online and offline express their views freely and without fear, assemble peacefully, form associations, and engage in the decision-making processes. Full and meaningful participation of women is also recognized as an essential condition to achieve peace and security. Meaningful participation also applies to electoral processes, as free and fair and genuine elections are essential to ensure accountability of representatives. So respect, protection, and promotion of human rights are also crucial for improving security at all levels, especially in the context of counterterrorism, as military and law enforcement responses are insufficient to defeat terrorism. Finally, climate change is increasingly becoming one of the non-traditional threats to peace and security. Human rights mechanisms have already recognized the linkages between human rights, environmental degradation, and climate change. And we all know that Southern Africa is a climate change hotspot, with some countries already experiencing frequent severe weather events that weaken the resilience of communities and impact their progress toward the realization of Agenda 2030. So among the main recommendations that we can do is we invite SADC states to keep or increase their efforts to respect, protect, and fulfill all human rights for all groups and individuals under their jurisdictions, and in particular, to progressively realize socioeconomic rights. To this end, all states are encouraged to ratify all core human rights treaties and fully engage with the related independent mechanisms, like the treaty bodies or the special procedures. States are also invited to ensure the meaningful participation of all persons and groups, as it's a means to address grievances and prevent crises. This requires guaranteeing a safe and enabling civic space, protecting public freedoms. States are encouraged to promote the principle of openness and transparency in all aspects of decision-making processes and of accountability of public authorities, in particular the right to access information. In the context of elections, states are encouraged to facilitate the independent scrutiny of voting and counting, including by providing access to places of voting and tabulation of results. Electoral management should be able to function independently and impartially, irrespective of their composition. They should be open, transparent, and consultative in their decision-making, and provide access to relevant information for all stakeholders. And finally, SADC countries should seek to address climate change adverse impacts by putting human rights at the center of their actions to ensure a holistic approach encompassing economic, social, cultural, and political dimensions, and empowering the most affected groups and peoples. Thank you. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Laura. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that brief presentation. I'm happy you actually made it within time. I'm looking here at my stopwatch and it shows that you presented well within time. So at this juncture, I would like to give to our second presenter. If Boniface Massa from Malawi is in, I would invite them to come over. But if it is not, and if Mpho Jope also is not in, then at this juncture, I would like to give the floor to Joseph Dube to make his presentation on promoting the domestication of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Over to you, Joseph. Thank you very much. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And also thank you to the SADC Parliamentary Forum for inviting my organization and myself to address the forum. I was following the discussions earlier on in the morning, and one of the points was the discussions around the model law around small arms and light weapons. I will try to respond it as well in my presentation. Having said that, my name is Joseph Dube. I'm the Director for Disarmament and Arms Control, an organization that is based in South Africa. And we work specifically on about 4 key areas: nuclear disarmament, merging issues, particularly looking at lethal weapon systems, which is artificial intelligence, and we call it in NGO campaigning called killer robots. Also working on explosive weapons in populated areas. Probably you might be following what is happening in Ukraine, the bombing that is happening in destruction of infrastructure, and actually injuring and killing civilian population, as well as we work on small arms and light weapons, including arms trade treaty. So these are the key areas that we're working on. And in terms of the model law around small arms and light weapons, we currently have two options in terms of funding. And if I will also discuss with Kurash outside the meeting, is that we have got one option that currently the Arms Trade Treaty is calling for application for funding. And we could use that particular platform, but also I have also approached other donors that have indicated to me that they just need to look at their budget for the end of this year, that they can allocate at the beginning of next year, so that we can then develop a model law for SADC on small arms and light weapons. So I hope that helps, Kurash, but definitely we can discuss a bit later or during the week around it. Anyway, my purpose of addressing today is particularly looking at the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and the role of SADC, the role of SADC member states in this particular area. The TPNW is the first global applicable multilateral agreement to prohibit nuclear weapons comprehensively. It was adopted by United Nations in New York on the 7th of July 2017 with the support of 122 member states, including 44 African states. It entered into force on the 22nd of January in 2021. On this occasion, the chairperson of the African Union Commission welcomed the TPNW entry into force and invited those member states, particularly in Africa, to join and ratify the treaty. In March 2022, the African Commission convened the first meeting to promote universalization of the TPNW, and 20 member states participated. And the discussions also looked at the complementarity of the TPNW, or the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and the Treaty on Pelindaba, which establishes an Africa nuclear-free zone, which came into force, I think, in 1996. The state party to the Pelindaba Treaty have called on all member states in Africa to sign and ratify the TPNW, and emphasizing that it advances the international law in nuclear disarmament and is in consistency with the goals. The African Union Peace and Security Council noting and calling on an action and recalling the strong support of member states to process and lead to the process and leading to the TPNW development. And in July 2022, states party to the TPNW met first time in Vienna and highlighted the importance of ratifying the treaty, but also making sure that people are protected from the use of nuclear weapons. And of course, this meeting in Vienna in June came out with ambitious decisions. And one of those was to make sure that there is a plan of action. And in this plan of action, one of the key areas that came out was universalization of the TPNW. And South Africa took the lead and agreed to coordinate the universalization of this of the treaty until they meet again in November 2023 next year. So therefore, I think it's important, a moderator, that SADC member states should try and support this initiative. because if South Africa is going to have the moral ground and authority to mobilize and encourage all other states around the world to ratify the treaty, they need to be seen getting support from the region, which is the SADC. Today, TPNW has 91 signatories and 68 state parties globally. Among them, 15 African states signed and ratified the TPNW, and further 17 have signed and not yet ratified the treaty. SADC is one of the leading sub-regional African regions in terms of support of the TPNW, with half of the African ratification coming from the sub-region. Indeed, 8 of these 13 member states already are party to the treaty, namely Botswana, Comoros, DRC, Lesotho, Malawi, Namibia, Seychelles, and South Africa. And another 6 signatories, namely Angola, Madagascar, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Only 2 SADC countries have not yet signed the treaty. SADC is well on its way to be the first sub-region in Africa to complete in terms of the universalization of the TPNW. For those of you whose countries have already ratified the TPNW, thank you. But our job is not yet done. We need to bring others on board, because each new signatory, each new ratification strengthens the norms enshrined in the TPNW. Each new signature, each new ratification takes us a step closer to abolish nuclear weapons. We trust that you will offer at every opportunity strong and encouragement to your neighbors that not yet on board, including at the highest level of government. Can a parliamentary motion be introduced to encourage our friends in the region to prioritize the ratification of the treaty? We must pursue universalization as an urgent humanitarian imperative. For those of you whose country has not yet done so yet, we urge you to complete your ratification processes without delay. And we call on Eswatini and Mauritius, as the only SADC member states that have not yet signed the treaty, to sign and ratify swiftly. My organization and the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons stands ready to assist. And this includes members of parliament, if possible, to draft a motion that could be tabled at the DRC plenary. As the TPNW state parties declared at their first meeting in Vienna this June, we will not rest, I quote, we will not rest until the last state has joined the treaty. The last warhead has been dismantled and destroyed, and nuclear weapons have totally been eliminated from the earth. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dube. Thank you very much for that presentation. And at this juncture, I would also like to invite the members, if they do wish to make to seek any clarity, to so do. Barring that, I would again revert to the speakers who should have made their presentations, that is Boniface, Massa, if they are in, and Mpojope, please.
They are not yet in, moderator. I will keep you posted once they are in, we may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuresha. At this juncture then now, I would like to call on Mr. Letlogonolo Letshele. Mr. Letlogonolo Letshele.
Good afternoon, it's Miss. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. This is Miss Letlogonolo Letsalo. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Sorry for misrepresenting you. Thank you very much, and you are welcome. You please make your presentation.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
You are audible.
All right, thank you so much for this opportunity to make this input. I will be very brief. So my name is Letlogonolo Letsalo. I am from Cape Town in South Africa. With an organization called My Vote Count. So what we do is to really open up the political system and the electoral system so that citizens are really aware of these things and how they happen and how they impact their lives. So you would know some of our work through what we have done with electoral reform, as well as the Political Party Funding Act, where we fought for political parties to disclose the private donations so that we can see the influence of money in our politics. And we're seeing that law currently being carried out in South Africa, and we see the number of donations that go to political parties, and we are able to link that as well as the Zondo Commission. So that's pretty much the work that we've been doing. And we've been also doing work around the electoral reform. So I'll just speak to that, especially our experience with the electoral amendment bill that we have that is currently undergoing our parliament. So it's quite a complex issue. It's still ongoing, but I'll just try to share our experience, especially understanding the role of public participation during this process. So what we had this year was an introduction of the bill in parliament on the 10th of January in 2022. So the Minister of Home Affairs introduced the bill. So the purpose of the bill was to amend the Electoral Act that we have so that it includes independent candidates to be able to contest at national and provincial elections. You would know in South Africa we only have the proportional representative system, or the PR system as it's known, at those levels. So we do not have an option for independent candidates to contest as individuals at that level. So how this came about was through the Constitutional Court case by the New Nation movement. So they took the government to court to say, being able to contest elections only through political parties is an infringement to the political rights and the rights of association, because you are simply forcing us to belong to political parties in order to be representative at those levels. So we want to be able to contest as independents at that level. So the Concord ruled in their favor and really said that South Africa needs to change its electoral system to ensure that independent candidates are able to contest. So they gave Parliament some time to really work on this. So this was in, the judgment was on June 2020. So you could remember it was during the time when we had COVID and all of that. So the Concord gave Parliament 2 years to work on this system to ensure that independent candidates are able to contest. What the Concord also did was not to prescribe the type of elections. So I'm just citing this so that we can just see the separation of powers as well. So what the Concord said, Parliament, you need to make sure that independent candidates are able to contest fairly and freely. The system needs to result in proportionality and meet sort of the obligations of our constitution, but they did not really say what type of system in specific detail. So since 11 June 2020, Parliament has been working on this legislation. So what happened was the minister then established a committee to help him sort of think about the options that are on the table. So there were some options that were on the table, but even though the advisory did not really have a system, the minister was also given 2 options. So it goes to show how complex it is. So they really did not agree on the one type of system to be used. So it was really problematic. But when the minister came back in January this year, he came with a bill that he introduced in Parliament. So it was essentially an executive bill, because Parliament could have done this by themselves, but they really used the services of the cabinet, which was the minister who had an advisory. So the 2 options that were given to the minister was it's either that you don't change the system, just simply insert independent candidates to what we have now, and they really can contest using the same PR system, using the same sort of constituencies that we have, which is the whole country. You don't really have to make big changes, because it's just going to complicate things. it doesn't need an overall changing of the electoral system just to include independents. You can easily insert. And then the other option was that we can use this opportunity to change the entire electoral system, because there has been requests for changing the system. Some of you would know that South Africa went through a transitional system in 1994, and the idea was that for the PR system to just last for those elections, so that people were able to vote, all of them. So the system had to be very simple. It had to be diverse, and hence we had what we have now. But then the idea was to change it in the future, but that didn't happen. So the other option really spoke to that, to say, let's use this opportunity to remedy what we were supposed to have remedied years ago. You would know that we have issues of corruption and so forth, and MPs not being accountable to the people that they vote for, simply because of the nature of the system. You vote for a political party, and the political party is the one that decides the people that they put in those legislations. So what happens is that it creates a disconnect between the constituencies, between the voters and the MPs. These are some of the challenges that we've been having with the current system, and hence people were hoping that this bill would really speak to those issues, but it really didn't. So the bill that was introduced, that we ended up seeing, was really did not speak to the Concord judgment, first of all, because the Concord judgment said that the whatever system that they come up with, it needs to be fair. It needs to allow independent candidates to be able to contest. But what we saw is that the bill, or the new system that has been proposed, it makes very minimal changes to the system. Independent candidates are not given a fair chance. They're only able to contest half of the seats in the legislature, whereas political parties contest all 400. And then the issue of constituencies is a problem, because now there isn't time to demarcate new constituencies similar to the ones that we have at local government. So provinces are regarded as constituencies, and you can imagine we've got very large provinces. So this will be an issue of resources. It will be difficult for an independent candidate to be able to contest against political parties. So essentially, there's barriers for independent candidates to be able to contest. The issues of signatures, they are required to get, independent candidates are required to get more signatures than political parties. So there was also a delay in the processing of this bill, because the judgment was in June 2020, but we still actually in the process of this bill, and we have elections in 2024. So we're really in a very precarious situation as far as the bill is concerned. So, and there has been extension as well. Parliament has really not been doing that great with this process. The bill was introduced late in the House, and then there has been debates and discussions on it. But even on top of that, they had to request an extension from the Concord, because they did not finish. They were supposed to have completed the process by June 2022. They were not complete by then, so they requested an extension. So the new deadline is the 10th of December. And then currently the bill is at the lower house, which is the National Council of Provinces, and just as of this morning, it has been sent back to the committee in Parliament. So you can see this is taking a bit of time, simply because it's very complex, and it's also taking time because there has been great criticism of this bill by civil society and other members of the public, to say it's not fair. People have not been able to engage with the bill. So hence this hasn't gone smoothly as it was supposed to. So just to speak quickly to the public participation aspect, I think it was very important. And when we started speaking now, you spoke about how do citizens have a say in how election processes go on. I think it's important, especially using this case study, how South Africans really did not have a say in greater detail about this bill and how it came about. Because earlier this year, when we were speaking about this, not a lot of people knew that there was this important bill happening, and it's going to change how they vote. It's going to change in a sense that there will be independent candidates at national and provincial level where they weren't any before. So, and obviously there's going to be changes in how the electoral system operates in terms of the formula, the ballot, and so forth. So people were going to be surprised when they go to the voting districts to find that there's been a change, simply because people are not engaged with this process. So as my vote counts, we fought really hard for people to be aware that there's something this big that's happening. We need to do something about it, especially seeing that some of the processes were not followed properly. The bill came from the executive and not from parliament. It was introduced very late, and there wasn't really sufficient public participation. So the public participation was flawed, to be frank. The committee did not give notice before the public hearings. So the committee issued notices just a few days before they came to the provinces and the districts. And what we saw was that the public participation was not meaningful because people were not given enough time to study the bill, to consider their position and to also formulate what they had wanted to say. So had they said, given people maybe 2 to 3 weeks before to say, we'll be coming to your area, this is what we're going to discuss, so that people are able to research and engage properly the discussion, but we didn't see that. We only saw Parliament say they'll be in your area 2 days from today. So the participation process was not meaningful. And what we also saw was that the committee expected, which was Parliament, expected the public to comment on a very high level report. So this was the report that was from the minister that he used to come up with the system. So it was not really broken down so that people can understand that, or even understand the process that, no, I had an advisory committee, these are the options that were presented to me, this is one that I went with, and these are the reasons why. So it was not really helpful in that regard. And it was very strange for Parliament to expect people to comment on that sort of report when they did not know what it was about. So it was really not helpful to them. And what we also saw during this process of public participation was political parties actually busing people across the country to regurgitate their opinions and the party position. So they really interfered greatly with the process because instead of having ordinary South Africans, giving their position about independent candidates, why and how they would want them to impact the democracy, you had political parties coming to say their position and interfering. So what happened is that after these public consultations, some of the things that are written down are actually what the political parties wanted to say themselves. So it was not really helpful to the process at all. So right now, we're at the final stages of this process, actually. The deadline for Parliament to finish is the 10th of December. So we are hoping that they'll be able to listen to civil society in terms of the main criticisms that we had, that public participation was inadequate, and hence it really fundamentally affects how the bill looks like, because people did not know what is happening. They've not really inputted or engaged with that process as they were supposed to. The other reason, it's the bill itself. It does not speak to the Concord judgment or some of the values of South Africa's constitution to say that independent candidates need to contest in a similar fashion as political parties. It needs to be fair. They need to be able to contest fairly, essentially. So those are some of the issues as well that are still eminent, and we are hoping Parliament really takes this seriously, because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we don't have a valid electoral system before 2024, because the system that we currently have was declared invalid during this Concord case. So we need to have a system that is in line with the constitution before that, and we need to have stakeholders being able to work on the election process as soon as possible. I'm referring to the IEC and the like, so that they are able to work at such a intense deadline. So just to wrap up what we saw in this process, so recommendations are that we need to have sort of large-scale civic movement on electoral reform. So what we had was just a group of people understanding what's happening and really trying to engage, but we did not have the rest of the country behind us to really influence the process. So we really must see this bill as a beginning of the process rather than the end. So even if some of the issues are not met entirely, maybe it's something that we can pick up on post-2024 elections. Number two, we also need to think critically long-term about how to redesign the electoral system to sort of meet some of our needs, because a lot of things change. Because there are some people who say that having independent candidates in the system does not necessarily mean we are going to have direct accountability. So how can we use the electoral system to sort of mitigate around some of those issues? And I think one the last one, the important point is that we need to have young people at the forefront of this process. You know, any efforts to change the electoral reform needs to have people who are under 25, because I mean the change in the system will affect them the most than, you know, the old people that we currently have in parliament. Sorry to say. I will end there, Chair. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Lutlahonolo. Thank you very much. What a case study. We wish you Godspeed in that. Yes, thank you very much. Now, at this juncture, I would like to invite our next speaker, another youth from Zimbabwe. That's Dean Mutata. I see he's already present here. So let me give over to you, Dean, so that you speak to us on the issue of, is there freedom to access information about government affairs for accountability purposes? I think that is the topic that you are taking us through. Thank you very much, Dean. Over to you now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And again, it's a great privilege to be speaking amongst the honorable members within this standing committee. Once again, let me introduce myself. My name is Dean Mutata. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm with an organization called DGHR Africa Trust. And today I shall be speaking to youth inclusion in governance, mainly termed, why are we so old and where are the young people? Again, let me just reiterate by pointing to what Honorable Chair highlighted to earlier on by saying that this is the window for young people, for us as young people, to raise our voices and make our voices heard. I shall begin. Globally, with the world population reaching 8 billion, it is key to note that young people today more than ever, there are more young people today more than ever. More than half of the world population today is under the age of 30 years old. But despite this high proportion of the world population, youth are vastly underrepresented in governance and democratic processes. For governance and political processes and systems to be representative, all parts of the society, including young people, must be present. When young people are disenfranchised and disengaged, honorable members, from the governance and the political process, a significant portion of the population has little influence in the decision-making that affects them. Political representation, honorable members, within the African context has largely been tokenistic towards the young people. And this is also the case across our SADC region. There is an increasing demand, honorable members, I reiterate, for meaningful youth participation in parliamentary processes and democratic governance. Let me just paint a regional picture, honorable members. A regional picture has shown that young people's role within issues of governance and democratic processes, their role is largely minimum and consultative, while adults occupy key positions of influence and decision-making processes. The evidence gathered indicates that there has been slow progress in the electing of young people as MPs around the SADC region, as reflected by the limited number of young people taking parliamentary positions. A statistical picture, just to help you understand, honorable members. According to the Parliamentary Monitoring Group, the average age or the average median age of MPs within our SADC region stands currently at 54 years, while the average age in the region of general populace is currently at 19 years old. Just to paint a picture of South Africa alone, youth representation within the parliament currently stands at 6% of the total 400 MPs within the country today. However, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge some of the best practices. The appointment of young leaders within high offices within the Southern African region is not a new phenomenon. Allow me to take us back to 2020, a case study of Namibia. Namibia broke history by appointing the honorable member who was just at this time 23 years old as the Deputy Minister of Information, Communication and Technology. In the same vein, our neighboring country, Botswana, appointed the honorable member who was just 29 years old as the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry. This drives the point, honorable members, that we have already started working in the journey. With my humble recommendations and with my humble propositions, we shall see the increase of youth representation and governance processes. Firstly, evidence gathered by the Inter-Parliament Union report confirms that with well-designed youth quota system, we shall increase youth representation in government and parliamentary processes. These quota systems, honorable members, are not a pie in the sky. They come in form of reserved youth quotas as well as legislated youth quota systems. Let me paint a picture, honorable members, within our African context. Only 4 countries within the regional context, that is Rwanda, Morocco, Kenya, and Uganda, have specific seats reserved for youth representation. Where are we missing the ball game, honorable members, within our own region? It is key to note that all these countries that have adopted youth quota system have done so by introducing the gender quota systems. That suggests that the many countries with quota system for women are fertile grounds to introduce what we're referring to as the youth quota system as one of my key recommendations. A perfect example, however, let me bring it this closer to home. A perfect example, however, honorable members, is the introduction or the proposition of youth quota system within or by the Zimbabwean government. However, little to no effort has been made towards such a proposition. Honorable members, allow me to say, while we acknowledge that young people have the energy, the knowledge, the creativity to tackle some of the regional problems that are facing our continent at this particular time, it is no doubt, honorable members, that we as young people, we don't have the political experience that you amongst ourselves possess. Henceforth, what is my proposition? Our proposition is that let's introduce youth adult mentoring. It is important to underscore that by calling for youth participation, this submission argues that young people have untapped potential that needs recognition and mentoring. Henceforth, I call upon us honorable members to shift the discourse of youth consultations to youth representation, which is an important step in the wider engagement of young people in democracy and governance. To challenge the status quo, honorable members, and deliver this kind of solutions that are sustainable, we need to ensure that representation is diverse and reflective of young people's voices. Hence, I call for the increase of youth participation within the governance and the democratic processes in our SADC region. Thank you, and I submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Dean. Short and precise. I believe that's what the youth bring to the table. Always on point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Right. At this juncture, I would like to seek, through you, Chairperson, I would like to seek the guidance of yourself or Mr. Kurasha on how to proceed, because I see that Dean here was our last speaker before we break for lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moloi. Can I call on Mr. Kurasha to please come in?
Thank you very much, Chair. At this juncture, we had planned to take a lunch break at between 2:30 and 2:45. If there is opportunity and one of the presenters in the afternoon is present, we can get them to present. We can at least get one presenter to present, because then you will reserve more time for deliberations, which is good. I propose.
Mr. Kurasha, then are there any other presenters left, or should we break for lunch? Because you had planned to break at 12:30 and it's 20 past. We might as well, and then come back maybe at 22.
Chair, I proposed that Mr. Moloi can check the first presenter after lunch. They can present now, and then that we save time for deliberations, particularly in the afternoon. Okay. Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Moloi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Well, the next speaker who should have come in the afternoon after the lunch break is Kengiwe Center for Human Rights. Someone from the University of Pretoria is Raymond Mazambe. Yes, that's another youth representative under SAT. If Raymond is, I see Raymond is here, I would like to now give over to Raymond to make their presentation. on why SADC needs to ride the data revolution and how young people can help. Thank you very much, Raymond, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and a pleasant afternoon to the honorable members here present. I'm very glad to be part of this opportunity to be presenting in this steering committee, something that has never happened for us as young people. And we are so excited to be representing our fellow colleagues. Today, I'll be presenting on why SADC needs to ride the data revolution and young people can help. I'll introduce myself. My name is Raymond Mashambe. I'm from Zimbabwe, from an organization called DGHR Africa Trust. So to start off with my intervention, it is important to recognize that addressing the needs of youth for health, education, engagement, and livelihoods is a central tenet of achieving development. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals considers youth as essential partners for achieving inclusive and peaceful societies. It is important to note that development decisions should be informed by data, but more importantly, this data must be turned into information that is easy to understand and useful to end users. I would also like to acknowledge, honorable members, the efforts that have been taken by our governments in taking a lead in the data revolution, as they are playing a pivotal role in shaping the development agenda. For example, our ministries of health from the SADC region conduct periodic health program reviews to establish whether policies are producing the desired results, and countries, they continue to take assessments on the incidence, distribution, and control of diseases. And this is done through frequent analysis of routinely collected data with the aim of improving national programs. So we can see that there is a lot of work that is being done by our governments in pushing forward the data revolution, as evidenced by the engagements from our ministries. However, my greatest challenge is in understanding the data that is being shared by our governments. We have, for example, HIV prevalence rates in the SADC region are captured as high among the 15 to 49-year-olds, and the young women and girls account for more than 80% of those in their age groups living with HIV and AIDS. While this information is important in guiding us on the trends of HIV and AIDS, honorable members, it will be prudent to understand the age and gender disaggregation, especially from our peers in the 15 to 24 years, and also getting comparisons with those between 10 to 14-year-olds, given the rise in teenage pregnancies, child marriages, and sexual gender-based violence in the region. Honorable members, as the saying goes, there is nothing for us without us. Young people are often left behind in the consultation processes, as has been highlighted by our previous speaker, and in dissemination of data on issues that affect us. Honorable members, to move the needle on youth issues, governments should make use of youth indices that will help provide further analysis to make data-driven decision-making and inputs into youth policy development. We believe that these data partnerships between the governments and the youth will demonstrate that investments in youth can augment instead of limiting the development agenda. Honorable members, these proposals should suggest frameworks that integrates available demographic data with contextual considerations on young people's experiences. A good example of what we want to see in sharing data by governments is what happened during the COVID-19 period. Data provided by our governments during this period was simplified and easy to understand, especially on the incidences of the virus, and information was made available and easily accessible on various national platforms. And it was easy for people to follow on the COVID-19 regulations because of the availability of information on the various platforms. Honorable members, it is important that data be shared in a manner that can be easily followed and in a way that young people can engage and advance their issues for effective and inclusive engagements. As I sum up my submission, honorable members, the well-being of a country's youth population is not only a component of socioeconomic development, but also a barometer of the country's long-term prosperity, social cohesion, and political stability. The growing need for youth interventions, for us, we recognize and realize that it demands a comprehensive strategy for social, economic, and civic engagement based on strong political will and prioritization of country-level initiatives designed to generate opportunities for youth. Honorable members, what we are calling for is a holistic, iterative approach to policy formulation and execution. And we are saying our national governments can promote data partnership with the engagement of young people through a comprehensive strategy that invests in young people as catalysts for change and development. Like everyone else, we are saying our governments, they need good data on basic development metrics. And we are saying to be of value, such data must be accurate, simplified and easy to understand, timely, disaggregated, and widely disseminated. It is our call as young people, honorable members, that governments should foster a culture of data partnerships. And as recommendations, we are saying the SADC Parliament Research Department should have a form that links with young people, Parliament, and the government chapters. And shouldn't there be a SADC model for data? Food for thought. I thank you. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mazambe. Thank you very much, Mr. Mazambe, for that presentation, and short and brief as well. Right on the spot, it's now 12:30. And you make an intriguing suggestion at the end of your presentation, whether there shouldn't be a SADC model law on data. Well, that's food for thought. And I suppose I might as well now again go back to the chairperson so that as we go for lunch, we go through this food for thought that you left us with. Can you guide us, Mr. Chairperson, whether we should continue or break for lunch again? Thank you.
Mr. Kurasha, please come in for with housekeeping matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it is fair, given the level of engagement from the morning, for us to take a break and reconvene at 2 o'clock. The appeal being for us to be prompt so that we are able to dispense with the remaining part of our business. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, staff, and citizenry. This meeting is adjourned till what time, Mr. Kurasha?
2 o'clock CAT.
2 o'clock Central African time.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chope. IT, are we able to hear each other? You can close that. Hello? Hello, IT? IT? Hello, IT? Interpretation, I want to check if we are getting, and if French interpretation is ready. Hello?
Hi, Mr. Krasha.
Yes.
And I think French is not ready.
French is not ready. And Portuguese, are we ready?
Me too, I'm on French channel, but it doesn't work. It's not ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that confirmation. French, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to check, Commissioner Massa, are you in the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us. And Chopper, are you in the meeting? Thank you
Yes, I
very
am.
much.
Thank you very much.
So, moderator, we have the two presenters who couldn't join us earlier on. They are now in the meeting. Commissioner Boniface Massa is the Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission of Malawi, but also works on the issue of rights of persons with albinism, and Chope too, and they will be the ones that are taking the floor when we resume, before we go back to our usual schedule, where we will have Pamoja. Are you ready, moderator? Moderator, are you ready? Mr. Mloy? Mr. Mloy, if you are in the meeting, you are muted, so we cannot hear you. Mr. Mloy? Mr. Moderator, are you in? We have to resume. It's 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes. So I was advising that the Commissioner Massa and Mr. Chope are in. You remember earlier on, we didn't have them in the meeting. They are in now, and would be happy to take the floor when we resume. I also was advising that Commissioner Boniface Massa is a commissioner of the Human Rights of Commission of Malawi, and is also an advocate for the rights of persons with albinism. You can confer with the chair. If the chair is in and we are ready, I think we can resume so that we don't lose time. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. Thank you very much. Well, then may I at this time also invite the chairperson to guide us. Like Mr. Kurasha said, Commissioner Massa is in. They were supposed to have spoken earlier on. So I would like to invite them to make their submissions. But before I do that, I would like to give to the chairperson to kindly endorse this decision, if he's in. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
The chair is muted.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Molloy, and good afternoon, honorable members and other stakeholders and participants that have joined us this afternoon. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. Mr. Molloy, you can go ahead. We had an interesting session in the morning, ranging from you trust the youth to come up with these ideas, ranging from model laws on data to youth accommodated in quota systems. You see, so there's plenty of innovative ideas with our youths, and I think they really have a voice that we have to listen to. With those few words, I would say I would like to ask Mr. Molloy to proceed with his moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And welcome back from the lunch hour. Indeed, as Mr. Kurasha indicated, we would now like to give to Commissioner Massa to lead us in the next session. To make his presentation is on the rights violations for persons with albinism. So I give over now to Commissioner Massa. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, all participants and all delegates. I'll share my experience and our work on the rights of persons with albinism. In particular, my talk will be focusing on issues of access to socioeconomic cultural rights, focusing on housing or security issues or concerns of persons with albinism, but also the continuing human rights violations that are happening across Africa. So the case of Malawi, as a Human Rights Commission, but also on my role as the Executive Director for Standing Voice, which is an NGO supporting the rights of persons with albinism in Malawi, Tanzania, and Rwanda. We are working closely with the survivors of the attacks. Recently, you may be aware or you have seen through the media, the last case that was reported in Malawi on the issues of attacks against persons with albinism was last Friday on the 19th of November, where a 2-year-old boy with albinism, there was an attempt abduction in the southern region of Malawi. And in Tanzania, the last case was a mutilation of a 29-year-old man with albinism, which happened on the 2nd of November this year. So this, I think, clearly demonstrates that although states are trying to respond to the attacks and the various stakeholders, there is still a huge gap to ensure that there is security and the protection of persons with albinism as a requirement by the obligation of various international human rights standards. To give an example of the scenario of what the state is doing, I will explain about the National Action Plan on Albinism. So the National Action Plan on Albinism is a national document that the government has developed. Also, similarly in Tanzania, as Standing Voice, we are the chair of the task force that is developing the National Action Plan in Tanzania. But for Malawi, this was developed in 2018. It's aligned to the African Union Action Plan on Albinism. So the idea is within the African context, we must have a unified response as states in the protection and promotion of rights of persons with albinism. The serious concerns have been issues of access to health, access to security, access to education, but also accountability and discrimination issues, and finally, issues of access to justice. But as I said in my preamble, that I'll focus much on the issues of access to security and justice as the talk and the conference today. The National Action in Malawi is funded by government, and there was an allocation of funding by the state around 400 million Malai kwacha to support the construction of houses for persons with albinism. The idea was to identify those households that are in high risk and very vulnerable, and try in a way to provide maximum security by giving them decent housing. I'm happy to report that progress has been made to that extent. As we're talking now, about 27 houses have been constructed. Although there has been that progress, just to give a context, we are talking about a population of about 134,000 persons with albinism. So the money that has been put or allocated to strengthen the security mechanisms for persons with albinism in the context of Malawi, it's really very small compared to the number of persons with albinism that are high risk. As I said already, we have seen a recent case that has happened, and those are the cases that I shared with you. The child is living in a house that had a very small door in a very rural setup. So the need is very huge, and the need for governments to allocate more resources in terms of housing and security for persons with albinism is very urgent to ensure that we are dealing with these attacks and the misconceptions and threats on the life of persons with albinism. If I look now at the actual trauma and victim support, apart from the security issues, as Standing Voice, we have been working with the UN to provide support to survivors of the attacks. We have over 11 survivors that we are directly supporting. One of the support is including issues of housing. We are also rehabilitating houses for persons with albinism who are the survivors. But I think important to mention in this survivor and rehabilitation program is the trauma that families are still experiencing. This trauma is just to the person with albinism themselves or the households, but we have also seen trauma that is spread to the households, the parents or the relatives of the person who was attacked. And this is something that has not been dealt with seriously in the context of Malawi and Tanzania, where we have seen zero allocation of funding within the National Action Plan on the rehabilitation and psychosocial support for persons with albinism who have survived these ritual attacks. As I'm trying to conclude my sharing and experience, what we have also noted is there has been reduction in the physical killings of persons with albinism in most African countries, including Malawi and Tanzania. But important, I think what is still hanging is the lack of access to justice. So over time, we have seen some key judgments in Malawi and in Tanzania. But what we are lacking, I think, as African countries, is to ensure there is consistency in the criminal justice system in terms of investigations, prosecutions. But as also I've alluded, the biggest challenge has been the rehabilitation. So although some of the victims have gone through the courts, the cases have been concluded, but you see that the person with albinism himself or herself is still living in trauma. He has never been reintegrated into the community, and they still have a high risk of being attacked as a result of serious security concerns in the communities. So what I would want to encourage members and states is to ensure that there is adequate allocation of resources in the response through the National Action Plan. But also important is the direct support and the continuous engagement with our justice systems, because most of these attacks have a cross-border nature. And as African governments or states in the SADC, we need to collaborate to ensure that there is support when these attacks are happening near our borders, or there's cross-border investigations of the attacks. We also need to continue to raising awareness. Increased visibility is one key element. I am serving in the commission as a commissioner, and now in Malawi we have a member of parliament who is also a person with albinism, and we have several appointments in Tanzania as well, where we have seen persons with albinism being appointed. We have a commissioner at the Zambia Police Service. So So these appointments are very critical to ensure there is visibility and continued awareness within the states on persons with albinism and the human rights violation that we're experiencing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you very much for that short and very crypt articulation of the situation of persons living with albinism in Malawi and the region of Africa in general, especially as you touched on Tanzania. I would now at this juncture like to invite yet another speaker that was not in this morning, Mpojope, and I see that he is here already. So I'd like to give over to you, sir. Thank you very much. You are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And we are grateful for this opportunity. And also, I'd like to also, is practicing, you guys are practicing inclusion and self-representation. So it is great leadership from you. My cultural and human rights of persons with albinism, focusing on education. We all know that education is a substratum of success, so it plays a huge role in persons with albinism, or every person learning about the world and confidence and learning how to navigate this ever-changing world. So if there's a barrier to education, it is one of the most tragic violations of human rights. Barriers to education, and I'll mention few. When it comes to culture, the name calling, you find that the names of a person with albinism, you are called a curse, you are called a monkey. All these name calling actually highlights the challenges of being treated. You how you view yourself. We all know that when we in our cultures, the name that you name a person at times sees it represents how they view themselves. So it's one of the violations that are there. And what my colleague spoke about earlier here about the mental health, it's something that is not causes serious mental health and self-esteem of persons with albinism. That's why at times people isolate themselves because of the way people speak to them, the way their albinism is viewed. A child with albinism is born is mostly there where we question women, and where fathers run away, and it creates problems where women have to bear a burden of raising a child and being called also names, because we know that when a mother suffers, a mother suffers what a child suffers. When we look at education, participation in schools, reasonable accommodation, these are the things that 2 kilometers to school, and with the rising temperatures, the high risk of skin cancer for persons with albinism, and that's where we look at the high number of dropouts for learners with albinism. Persons with albinism participating in the economy, because education is one of the requirements to have a better position to alleviate poverty and so forth. Recently, I was invited to a school where a principal was saying to a child they must go to a school for albinism, and we still have such issues where a principal will say to a child they must go to a school of albinism, which is isolating even further
I had an encounter with a mother who said, I don't know if I should take a child to school, or maybe she should stay at home because of the risk of a child being kidnapped. Because sometimes we look at South Africa as if you look at areas where there's borders, and so it is quite important that education, we look at these challenges and the impacts of a child with albinism. When we look at in the economic emancipation for persons with albinism, education, like I said, is a requirement. And we look at cultural beliefs. Some people want to hire you because you have albinism, because albinism is looked at as a curse. So of these is not just formal education, but also informal education, where it comes from the cultures and beliefs and so forth. And so we run a risk, we are at a risk of not being employed and not going out of, or being in perpetual poverty because of there has been 2 months ago where we intervened rather on a boy with albinism was working at a farm, and exposed to the sun, and he had blisters and so forth. So we intervened and spoke to this farmer, and this boy was saying to us that, look, there's no jobs. What am I supposed to do? So we find that if a person is educated, at least it would highlight or actually increase the chances of finding a decent job. And when we look at solutions that we have, the national action plans, as indicated, where the nations look at solutions, people with albinism look at, and also human rights organizations and all institutions solutions, like we did in South Africa. And Malawi has that, Tanzania has, Uganda has that. That is most of the challenges are faced, but can be resolved with the national action plans on albinism. And we is in South Africa and is sitting with South African Parliament. And I think this house is primed to actually, or properly housed to actually push for these nations like South Africa to actually adopt these national action plans. And I love it is advocacy where you put people with albinism in positions where people can look at them and say, wow, this person is not just a subhuman. We look at an example where there's a gentleman who's a doctor. There was, because he was a doctor. And albinism is not an inability. We can all do everything. We can do all things that can be done. We can push to emancipate ourselves, but all we need is support. All we need is to be heard, and also to these solutions to be implemented. I think in the beginning, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Mpochope. I am the chairperson of the National Albinism Task Team. Social scientist. I also am a human rights advocate. So I thank you for everything and on this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jope. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think I would need support from Mr. Kurasha here. My network here has been acting up on me. I'm missing some parts of Mr. Jope's presentation. But anyway, I thank you very much for that presentation, sir. Well, to proceed with our submissions and presentations, now I would like to give over to Mr. well, I don't know if it is Mr. Chantel D'Souza. Chantel D'Souza is coordinator at Southern African Anti-Corruption Network.
Sorry, Chair.
Is she
I think there is Pamoja. I think you have jumped some organization.
Oh, have I? Really?
I think so.
Oh, let me check. We are done with Mr. Jope. We are done with Mr. Dube. We're done with Ms. Letlhogonolo Letsile. We're done with Mr. Mutata.
Pamoja Project Namibia.
Oh, Pamoja Project Namibia.
Yes. We continue from there.
Right, yeah, thank you very much. Pamoja Project Namibia, we didn't have you earlier on. Please do introduce yourselves and remember we are here talking on the issues of access to information. I hope that is what you will also be taking us through. And government, about government affairs.
Democratization.
For accountability purposes. I hope that is what you'll be taking us through.
That
the
is
Pamoja
the
project,
one.
yes.
That is the one, moderator.
Yes. Thank you very much. You are welcome, sir.
All protocol observed, and greetings to all counterparts as well in civil society organization. I represent Project Pamoja. We are a civil society organization based in the capital of Namibia. And just to start, probably I think, Mr. Moderator, you are not the only one having communication problem. I thought usually it's only during after lunch at contact gatherings where people tend to get too relaxed because of the appetite that has been satisfied during lunch. So it seems our internet is somehow also being satisfied by the rest it had during the lunch hour. Mr. Moderator, Chairperson, Project Pamoja, just a brief overview of what we do. We are deeply involved with on-the-ground education, and that is where our focus is going to be with the presentation that I'll be going through with everyone on the meeting. The processes of instruments to develop thriving democratic states exist within constitutional parameters of each sovereign country. Thus, will democratization vary from country to country? Looking back since the 1960s, can we be assured that the continent and the SADC bloc in particular has indeed made collective strides in improving the livelihoods of the continent's inhabitants through advancing democratic principles? In most cases, can we identify these milestones through protocols and charters such as the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, just but to mention a few? Indeed, it must be noted that the trickle-down effect of these mutually agreed upon policies within the local
The same Project Pamoja is frozen. We will allow them a moment to see if they can come back. And when they come back, maybe we can allow them to take off from where we last had them.
I am back online, Mr. Chairperson and Moderator. Apologies, it seems to me the internet is really complicating our lives as far. So I'll just continue.
Welcome back, Mr. Pamoja.
Yeah,
let me ask you to introduce yourself so that if anything goes wrong, at least I know who I was talking to.
No, well said, Mr. Moderator. My name is Visto Sabisa. I'm representing Project Pamoja. So Visto will be fine as a way of getting in touch with me. I will continue again to say it is with this in mind that we find the effectiveness of elected representatives in wanting on advancing the well-being of citizenry through aggressively lobbying for the implementation of progressive policy reforms. In most instances, can one not entirely place fault with the parliamentarian due to the highly bureaucratic red tape that exists within government and political parties when coming to having the right person, close quote, for the right job, close quote, open quotes, close quote. The Namibian experience is that most elected representatives might have the necessary political clout to represent their political party in parliament, however, lack the necessary fortitude to diligently advocate for policy reforms within the country and or externally, thus placing the voice of the grassroots at a place where it can't be heard or considered as valid. Chairperson, I shall proceed. The challenge remains how to have a clear and direct line of communication, consultation between the elected and the electorate in between elections. As a short-lived attempt to make Parliament accessible, have the Namibian Parliament engage communities throughout its standing committees, something we are convinced is a general norm across most democratic states. The challenge is in this shared governance process that there is very little accountability and two-way consultation taking place, making the process a top to bottom rather than a crisscross approach. It is true that the integrity of any democracy lies on its effective engagement with its citizens on a consistent basis, without overlooking the input from all sectors of society. Thus, with governance, are we mindful that Namibia has a considerable path to walk due to the internal contradictions that exist through administrative limitations, in example, budgetary constraints, poor oversight capacity, and a range of other barriers. We want to be convinced that the governance barriers not only exist due to poor parliament oversight on cabinet and state institutions, but mostly due to administrative personnel in government agencies, offices, and ministries. This poses a huge threat that will always put good governance at question within the Namibian context and that of the rest of the regional bloc. As a constitutional democracy, since its independence, have we seen very little that has been done by parliamentarians to protect the collective interest of the electorate regarding issues of national concern. An example of such is the time the Namibian Constitution amendments of 1998 and 94. In both instances were both the amendments made not to strengthen democracy per se, within the broader scope of Parliament's effectiveness, rather to advance personal political interests. It can equally be argued that the amendments were a step in the right direction for fostering good governance in the long term as a means to an end. But we have to conclude what value has the Namibian electorate benefited from an over-bloated and under-capacitated parliament. Our parliamentary systems are to a large effect suffering from myopic and incoherent consistency with regards to progressive policy transformation. As an organization representing the grassroots community, can we confidently say that true and meaningful public engagement with Parliament ends the day parliamentarians are sworn into office, regardless of which political party they represent? The inaccessibility comes from the reality that most, if not all, parliamentarians tend to pledge allegiance to party over the electorate, making it difficult to engage and or demand for accountability from them. In our view, do we believe that this limitation to engage freely and consistently with the electorate on affairs of national concern as elected representatives stems from individual political parties not doing much to orientate its potential parliamentarians on their judicial responsibilities towards the electorate in parliament? Accessibility of government services for the citizenry has by no means been unhampered over the past years, as we witness year on year how the morale of public servants plunder, particularly those in lower offices of government. This effect can be attributed to the resentment public servants have towards cabinet and parliamentarians as a whole, with regards to their financial needs not being met. We live in a society where currently the public has become the servant of the government official. Servant in the sense of having to beg or motivate their way for assistance. In most instances, bribes or token of appreciations, as they are known, for the most mundane services to be offered. For example, timely processing of travel documents. What exasperates the inaccessibility of daily governmental services is the administrative shortfalls that exist within the country's Anti-Corruption Commission, which is constitutionally tasked to investigate corruption, while on the other hand, being politically silenced through lack of funding and autonomy. This has enabled the corrupt practices to continue unopposed up to such a point where the electorate and the general population can't be provided with quality service products, all products by the state due to the siphoning of state funds. With regards to our anti-corruption institution, can one generally deduce that the institution and its functions are deeply entrenched constitutionally, only lacking the autonomy and resources to execute its objectives. For the ordinary folk in the street, can the above-mentioned reality not only cause frustration, but ultimately create a notion of God for us all and everyone for himself? To further add to the frustration of this electorate, does one find that very few know where to seek recourse for all violations done against them, their inalienable rights as human beings, because the principal institution, namely Parliament and Cabinet, are in themselves very inaccessible with very little recourse to offer. It is upon this realization that the large bulk of government falls short on assisting the need for information of the citizen. Urban dwellers are somehow fortunate to access information because of the close proximity to government offices, agencies, and organizations. But the further one moves from the center, the more it becomes evident that most people only access information through traditional platforms like radio and television. We as an organization, through our collective assessment of the subject matter, have time and again remained consistent in saying that the rights to a dignified life and democracy of all Namibians remains questionable and worrisome today, up till a time where elected representatives can not only directly account to those who elect them in office, but until a compulsory capacity building program takes center stage within political parties and parliamentarians alike, as a requirement to hold public office. This form of intervention should be a bottom-up approach, as to allow the electorate, the citizenry, to have an influencing say on what qualities they expect of those in public office. Our assessment is clear with regards to whether the rights of the masses is being infringed on or otherwise. And that assessment is that the absence of conscious, able, and committed public office bearers exasperates the quality of services, not only in terms of oversight as parliamentarians, but accountability on the side of government institutions, agencies, and offices. Hence, we make the following recommendations that could lead towards a place where human rights and accessibility is at its best state in the future. The first being, political parties need to institute, in partnership with autonomous bodies such as Anti-Corruption Commission, academic institutions, a comprehensive capacity building program for all who aspire to public office as a prerequisite. 2, the means of electing public office bearers should be on a constituency level. And in the same vein, should that elected parliamentarian be accountable to its constituents as opposed to the party exclusively. 3, public engagement with parliamentarians should be more structured to allow the public sufficient time to prepare for gatherings of such importance. 4, watchdog and civil society organizations need to be accredited by government institutions as strategic partners in the fight against corruption. 5, civil society and education ministries should develop a coherent civics curriculum to be taught in and outside of school to learners and the public at large. And lastly, but not the least, access to recourse in the form of litigation against government institutions should not be hampered by lack of funds for the public. It is with this that we submit the above assessment and recommendations to the standing committee in earnest. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Project Pamoja. Thank you very much for that. For those recommendations at the end of your presentation, I want to believe that we have picked them up. So our MPs, our members of the committee will be deliberating on them once we are done with the submissions. Let me now, in the interest of time, move a little faster and ask the next speakers to be much briefer. With your guidance, Mr. Karusha, are we done with the Tlengiwe Center for Human Rights?
No, we haven't. So from where we are, let's follow the list and let's allow them 10 to 12 to 15 minutes because that's what we communicated with them and would want them to have an opportunity to present.
All right.
Sure.
All right. So can we have Tlengiwe Center for Human Rights if they are here? Do we have them? Okay. You are welcome, Madam. Please take it up.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and all protocol respectfully observed. Thank you, organizers, for the opportunity. My name is Tlengiwe Dube. I'm based at the Center for Human Rights, which is at the University of Pretoria. And I'm here representing the Expression, Information and Digital Rights Unit of the Center, where we work on issues of freedom of expression, access to information, and the intersection between technology and human rights. So for now, today, my presentation is focusing on the right of access to information. The right of, I'm presenting from the perspective of access to information being a fundamental right and also a cornerstone of democracy and contributing to the functioning of a democracy. And I'm glad that as we started in the morning, throughout the presentations, we've had the word democracy, human rights, and also mostly participation as well has been mentioned several times. And my presentation is anchoring on the right of access to information being a facilitator of that democracy, an enabling right, not only for democracy, but also for the enjoyment of other rights such as right to education, right to health, access to justice, and many other rights. And also underlining the fact that it is also important for promoting transparency And I'm glad that in the morning there was something around a framework on corruption also being mentioned, and access to information is also a very important framework, a very important element of that, because corruption actually thrives when there's lack of information, when there's secrecy, and making information available to the public also promotes transparency. So the right of access to information, I'm looking at it not just from the SADC perspective, but from the broader African perspective. And the work that we do at the Center for Human Rights is mainly anchored on Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Which guarantees freedom of expression and also has been interpreted to include access to information. And the right of access to information also finds expression, I'm glad, in the SADC model law on elections. There are components of access to information in the model law, which is a very good thing. And we also have this in other instruments such as the AU Charter, the Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the Charter on Statistics, the Youth Charter, Maputo Protocol, and others. So now I want to focus mostly on the instruments that have been developed at continental level that elaborate on what exactly the access to information right is. And within the framework of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is based in Banjul, they developed a model law on access to information, and that was adopted in 2013, the guidelines on access to information and elections in 2017, and the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression in 2002 and revised in 2019. So basically, the model law that the Commission adopted is it provides content to legislative obligations of member states of the African Charter with respect to the right of access to information. And basically, what it is that it was developed for the purpose of facilitating the adoption of legislation on access to information. So it provides content to the legislative obligations of state parties on access to information. So it's just an example of how a freedom of information or access to information law would look like. And what states will then do is to, depending on the nature of their jurisdiction, adopt an access to information law, which is modeled according to the model law. And I just want to also just state that this model law being adopted in 2013, so much has happened, and especially aspects of the digital age as well, they were not incorporated or fully incorporated into the model law. So it is actually in a state now where it requires updating to align with the current digital worlds that we find ourselves in. And the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression, which is the newest instrument that the African Commission adopted, has a number of principles that encapsulate what access to information entails. And some of the general principles that it raises around non-discrimination, that everyone has the right of access to information without any distinction. This is to ensure that everyone is included and no one is left behind. And the specific protections when it comes to marginalized and vulnerable groups as well. And they also ensuring that in the enjoyment of right of access to information when it comes to children, the best interest of the child is the primary consideration, and also taking into account the evolving capacities of children. And also that, access to information is indeed a fundamental right, but can also be limited under certain circumstances. But those limitations, we know they have to be in terms of the law and serve a legitimate aim, but also being proportionate and necessary in a democratic society. So some of the specific principles that are highlighted in the model, in the declaration, include maximum disclosure, where we are saying that bodies, private and relevant private bodies and public bodies have a duty to disclose information to the public, as much information as possible. And also the principle of proactive disclosure of information, which basically says before, as a member of the public, I even request for information, public bodies should know that they have a duty to disclose information, and they should disclose that as much as possible. Now with the internet and all that, it provides an opportunity to publish certain kinds of information which are in public interest in government websites and in other platforms as well, and to keep also electronic records in the interest of the public. And within the framework of access to information as well, where there are situations where someone requests information and is not provided to them, at least they have to be a legal basis for that refusal. And also there has to be a remedy or an internal remedy where one goes through to ensure that indeed their refusal was permitted under the law. So the declaration also emphasizes the duty to keep information, to create information, and to organize it in formats that are easy to access. Because if there are no records to be found, or if they are not organized in accessible formats, it means that there is no value really in the right of access to information there if the information cannot be accessed or is accessed in formats that are not easily retrievable. So there is that obligation to generate information and to create it in accessible formats. And the duty also to ensure that when people request information, the information should be provided timeously and in ways that are not expensive. If anyone has to pay for information that is held by a public body, at least the payment should be for the purposes of reproducing that information. So those are some of the principles. And on the exemption, I just want to emphasize that there is one of the legitimate grounds where information may be withheld, which is to protect personal information. I know that the SADC has a model law on data protection, and that is a very important element also that we look at when you look at the exemptions part of access to information, where personal information has to be protected. And there are frameworks that have been developed in some countries, and some countries are yet to understand and also to develop those frameworks, but the issue of implementation remains a challenge. Other grounds can be health, to protect public health or national security and others. So in terms of our status on access to information on the continent, we realize that there are about 20-something countries, I think we're close to 30 now, that have access to information laws, and from a continent that is 54 countries. It's a really worrying trend that we have not yet fully developed legislation that is meant to promote transparency and good governance on the continent. And I think we should be moving towards the direction where there's promotion of those access to information laws, and where the existing laws, the challenges around their implementation and the implementation mechanisms are mostly weak and ineffective. And we have a culture of secrecy also within most of our establishment that is thriving above transparency. And the safeguards also, when we look at the issue of whistleblower protection, which is an important element of access to information, we notice that whistleblower protection mechanisms are very weak, or they are yet to be adopted in other jurisdictions. And we've seen in the case of South Africa, where whistleblowers, even their right to life is not adequately protected, and we've seen some of them even being killed. So that's the general status. But One of the areas that I take note of is the issue of access to internet, which has really contributed to the right of access to information and all that on the continent. So in as much as there has been a lot of progress around access to internet on the continent, out of the 4 billion people in the world that have no access to internet, most of these people are found on the African continent. So we are yet to get to a stage where we can say we have universal, equitable, affordable, and meaningful access to internet, which is necessary to access information. Also within the framework of access to internet, the cost as well, even if you have access to internet, the cost of data remains exorbitant, and there are specific challenges that also face vulnerable and marginalized groups, such as the digital divide, rural-urban divide, divide according to gender. And then also we have specific problems that affect persons with disabilities and older persons. And those are some of the issues that I highlight when we're looking at the challenges that we face on access to internet. But as well, when we're looking at the internet boom and also this connectivity, there's also information overload, which is also contributing to information disorder, and hence the challenge of misinformation and disinformation. And I'm sure you've heard terms like fake news, false news, that also undermine the credibility of the information that we seek to receive as the public. So when you look at persons with disabilities, for example, the barriers that they face, it means for political participation or public participation, if they don't have the necessary technology or the necessary tools to access the information, it means that they will be excluded. And when they are excluded, they can't participate in the political processes or economic participation and all that. So I see I have a few minutes. Let me move on to the aspect of elections quickly. On the aspect of elections, I just want to speak to the guidelines on access to information and elections. And as I've noted, the model law on elections in the SADC region makes reference to access to information, but the African Commission has provided or has adopted a detailed instrument on guidelines on access to information and elections on the continent, which is a realization by the African Commission of the important role that proactive disclosure of information plays in enhancing free, fair, transparent, and credible elections on the continent. And these guidelines provide direction to stakeholders in the electoral process who have the responsibility to proactively disclose information and contribute to elections. And the stakeholders include electoral management bodies, law enforcement agencies, political parties and candidates, the media and regulatory bodies, civil society organizations, and others. And as I close, I just want to state that access to information laws should be benchmarked against and updated in line with the model law on access to information in Africa, the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa. And also when it comes to electoral issues, stakeholders should take note of the guidelines on access to information and elections in Africa. And there should be a stronger mechanisms should be adopted for implementing the laws that already exist to promote access to information. And in states where there are no access to information laws, I think since we have members of parliament in this platform, I think we should be pushing for those laws. I know there is a process which is ongoing in Zambia. In Malawi, there is an access to information law. So there is that process of operationalizing the law. South Africa has a law in place, but it's a 2002 law. So there is a process of updating the law which is in existence. And I think there should be also ways of activating the demand side so that the public also is aware of the right of access to information and are able to demand information from those who hold the information in trust. And for academic institutions such as us, I think we should continue with providing relevant research on the access to information law situation, access to information situation on the continent, issues around corruption, transparency, whistleblower protection, and other mechanisms. So thank you for the time that I've been allocated.
Thank you very much, Medube, for that comprehensive and detailed presentation on the access to information. We thank you very much. And I do realize that on my screen here, I do see that the Secretary General is here present, but I suppose Mr. Kuraja will lead me by introducing her or recognizing her presence with us. In the meantime, I will now give over to Chantel D'Souza, who is the coordinator of Southern African Anti-Corruption Network. Chantel, you are welcome. But before you do, I had through you, Chairperson asked Mr. Karu.
Hello, moderator. Good afternoon. Through the chair, we recognize the presence of the Secretary General. Good afternoon, SG, and welcome to the session. Very interesting submissions being received on very diverse matters related to democracy, governance, and human rights in the SADC region. Hope you are enjoying the session.
Thank you, Mr. Karusha. Thank you very much. I do now give over to Chantel D'Souza. Chantel.
Thank you very much for this
You're welcome.
opportunity. So just to give an overview of SAICON, we stand for the Southern Africa Anti-Corruption Coalition, and we are made up of various civil society organizations throughout the SADC region. Our objective is to advocate against corruption and to promote the SADC protocol against corruption amongst other international treaties. So as you will recall, the SADC protocol against corruption was enthusiastically ratified by 13 out of the 16 member states. Madagascar, the Seychelles, and the Comores have to date not ratified the protocol, and we are aware that they are in the process of ratification, and we do hope that this will take place in the near future and that they will prioritize the domestication of the protocol. As for the other member states who have already ratified the protocol, most of the states within the SADC have to some extent a legal framework to prevent, detect, punish, and eradicate corruption in the public and private sector. However, there is work to be done in the area of beneficial ownership to address financial secrecy by requiring the beneficial owners of companies, partnerships, foundations, and trusts to register and disclose who the real owners are of these legal vehicles. This will ultimately promote and protect domestic revenue and prevent illicit cross-border financial transactions such as money laundering, tax evasion, and corruption. Only Botswana, Mauritius, and the Seychelles have addressed these issues around transparency by mandating registration of all beneficial owners. However, no country has made this type of information publicly available. As one of our members, Obich Namo from ACT Southern Africa, reminded us, it is the enforcement of the laws that remains the biggest challenge for the SADC. We do not see enough corrupt individuals and entities being arrested and held to account, and we see an escalation of corruption as impunity prevails. We call on our members of parliament to use their mandate to hold the various institutions, such as the police, prosecuting authorities, auditor generals, ombudsmen, and anti-corruption agencies to account to parliament as to what they are doing, why arrests are not happening, why prosecutions are not happening, and why we have not seen corrupt officials lose their jobs and account for their crimes that have made our people poorer. It is because of a lack of inaction by these public institutions that civil society has an important role to play as a watchdog and as a collective voice of the people to continue to raise issues of corruption and call for accountability. We are gravely concerned by the actions of Madagascar and its intimidation and harassment of our member, the Executive Director of Transparency International Initiative Madagascar, Kitsakandarina Rafistoson, who on the 23rd of November 2022 was summoned by the head of the Central Services for the Fight Against Forgery, Fraud and Falsification to give a statement after a charge was filed against her by the Groupement des Exportateurs de Litchi against Ms. Rafistoson after her organization filed charges of corruption, fraud and money laundering in the lychee industry at the Antananarivo Anti-Corruption Court. On behalf of Ms. Rafistoson, we make the following call to the members of Parliament of Madagascar and appeal to the rest of the SADC for support. There is little freedom in Madagascar and democracy is under threat. Judicial harassment of human rights defenders and whistleblowers has become a common practice, and we want this to stop. Madagascar has to adopt the law for the protection of human rights defenders and whistleblowers in due regard of its international engagements and also of international standards. The draft bill will be passed before the National Assembly's Legal Commission this Monday, 28 November, and she, along with the whole of SAICON, urge members of Parliament to make its adoption a priority. Today, we take this opportunity to ask parliamentarians, public officials, and the state to find ways to work together with civil society rather than to treat us with circumspection and to promote the objectives of the SADC Protocol against corruption. Thank you for this opportunity, and that is our submission.
Thank you very much, Chantal. Brief and to the point. We thank you. Right. Again, with your guidance, Mr. Through you, Chair, Mr. Karusha, it means now we're left with only, sorry?
Mr. Kurasha.
Ah, sorry, Mr. Kurasha. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
We are now left with only two presentations. That's what I can see now here. So we're now giving over to Pusetso Morapedi, from who's the Director Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, the Southern Africa office. Pusetso Morapedi, as you take over, you are welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and allow me to write on the protocols that have already been observed since morning. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to submit on whistleblowing. The Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa is an organization that seeks to defend through through strategic litigation, whistleblowers, through advocacy, through media strategy, in Africa, and I focus on Southern Africa. And we here submit. So our submission is titled Whistleblowing Systems and Protections, Whistleblowing as an accountability and an anti-corruption tool. We all know that corruption undermines accountability and transparency in the management of public affairs, as well as socioeconomic development in the region and globally. To address the root causes of corruption, whistleblowing has been proposed as one of the tools to assist. And therefore, every day, thousands of citizens witness different forms of wrongdoings that have the potential to jeopardize the health, the safety, and the lives of people in our nations. Most individuals who witness such misconduct often remain silent, indifferent, or conclude that there is nothing they can do to stop the problem. On the other hand, there are those who choose to bear witness and speak out. Such people seek to make a difference by blowing the whistle on any unethical or corrupt conduct. I always say that the moment we teach people about ethics and accountability and integrity or public integrity, we are creating whistleblowers. And it is sad because our legal frameworks and institutional frameworks sometimes actually fail whistleblowers. We have seen whistleblowers actually losing their jobs. We have seen some whistleblowers losing their lives. We've seen whistleblowers' family units being broken apart for them trying to do the right thing. Now, these people who actually blow the whistle on any unethical and corrupt conduct do it in line with the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, Article 4E, which speaks to creating, maintaining, and strengthening the measures for protecting individuals who in good faith report acts of corruption. And this of course speaks to the member states, but the member states are doing this on behalf of the citizens. And we therefore implore the House and the honorable members to regard and sell whistleblowing as an anti-corruption tool necessary and needing protection of the highest, of the Most High. If indeed whistleblowing is to be recognized as a crucial act or tool for exposing corrupt practices, and therefore a public good, member states ought to take crucial steps to ensure that the practice and culture of whistleblowing is a protected one. Whistleblowers suffer for doing good. The harm and detriments they suffer must be taken up by the honorable members and push for policies and frameworks that will ensure protection for former whistleblowers and future or potential whistleblowers. And we therefore need a whistleblowing program that can really put forward concrete efforts to build a responsible and ethical organizational culture that requires conscious and unwavering commitment. Working in the whistleblowing space or landscape, we observe that whistleblowing goes beyond just physical protection. It requires legal fees. Whistleblower protection requires psychological support. Whistleblower protection at times requires working with social workers. It requires working with life coaches, because the people who lose their jobs end up losing their confidence. Their children end up leaving their schools. It changes people's lives. And therefore, we need to put mechanisms in place that will accommodate the different lifestyle and different lives of the people who try to do good. The value of whistleblowing cannot be overstated. It can never be overstated. So we call and we implore the House to really push whistleblowing culture and whistleblowing practice, particularly if it is regarded as an anti-corruption tool, to member states to really put high mechanisms of protection for potential whistleblowers. Citizens therefore need to be made aware of the costs, the physical, psychological, and emotional costs of blowing the whistle. It is our responsibility. We call on you that it is your responsibility as parliamentarians to sell whistleblowing to people when you craft laws, but also sell the costs that come with whistleblowing. But it doesn't have to be that costly that people lose their lives and lose their livelihoods by actually putting policies that ensure protection. And that is why as civil society, we are calling for whistleblower encapsulation, where the moment someone blows the whistle, they are protected from the beginning and encapsulated and protected from any retaliatory tactic that may come from the accused or from the employer. Whistleblower protection is crucial for the success of anti-corruption detection and enforcement, and should be a key aspect of any whistleblowing system. Owing to the substantial benefits to the parties involved in corruption and the serious threat of criminal and other punishments to which these parties are exposed, persons who report these corrupt activities can put themselves, family members, and colleagues at risk. The question is it worth it to put your members and colleagues at risk for public good? And I'd like for the House, for the honorable members to actually discuss this and answer, is it worth it for citizens, for your citizens to put their family members and colleagues and friends at risk for doing something that benefits the public? Instead of admitting to corruption and mending their ways, persons implicated in corruption can choose to attack or retaliate. There's a need, therefore, for a development of a culture of protected disclosures of wrongdoing. We need to develop a culture whereby a whistleblower is encapsulated, as I mentioned before, the moment they disclose impropriety, to prevent retaliatory tactics against them. The norm as it stands is that the whistleblower is hit with the burden to prove the wrongdoing instead of the accused carrying the burden to prove he is or she is innocent of the alleged wrongdoing. We have also observed that whistleblowing legal and institutional frameworks cannot be read and used in isolation. They must be expressly read and used with other legislation, such as the Labor Act or Labor Relations Act, Companies Act, Privacy Act, Witness Protection Acts, Economic Crimes and Corruption Acts, and other relevant acts that may be used legally to retaliate against whistleblowers. We also would like to propose to the House to consider actually a year of whistleblowing in the future, just to look at and just bring different experts on in the anti-corruption space who will look at the role of whistleblowing and the relationship between whistleblowing and what they suffer from and human rights. And if indeed it is actually a tool, an anti-corruption tool that must be promoted. And if so, how can those who blow the whistle be protected? Because eventually their human rights will be violated if we do not have high enough protective mechanisms.
Thank you, Puseso. Thank you very much. That presentation on whistleblowing, I think, is one by the last. We're now left with the German International Cooperation on Peace and Security. I don't know who is speaking here, but someone from the regional office, if they are present, with your guidance, Mr. Kurasha.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm confirming with them. I will revert to you just now.
Thank you. I see that we are within time, and this is really encouraging. I was worried that we are not going to meet the set time, but we've done pretty good so far.
Moderator, my proposal is that so that we don't lose time, let's proceed to the next stage, where we invite honorable members to make comments. But before we do that, I notice the presence of the Madam Secretary General. Good afternoon, SG, and welcome. We wish to give you the floor if you wish to have it, ma'am. Madam SG, we're conferring with you to find out if you wish to take the floor at this juncture. Okay, the SG is not intending to take the floor. My proposal is that because I've not been able to establish contact with Adani from GIZ yet, maybe if so that we don't lose time, we could proceed with the deliberations. If at all GIZ comes on board, we'll see how we accommodate them so that we don't lose any time. That's my proposal for us to proceed and have honorable members to make any deliberations if they wished to.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kurasha. And through you, Chairperson, may I now at this juncture, since we have now received all the well, all but one of the submissions from the citizens. May I now invite the members of the committee to respond if they so wish or deliberate on these submissions. And I will be giving each member 4 minutes to do so. Thank you, Chair. I see a hand from Eswatini. Honorable Mazebula, you are welcome, sir.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for the 4 minutes. Let me first appreciate all the presentations. All issues were noted and will be given the attention and agency they deserve. I noted that we were asked to move motions in some cases. How I wish we had more time. Personally, I benefited a lot, and I wish the presenters were given more time. But moderator and chair, allow me to say something on youth participation. It is important that as member states, we create an enabling environment for young people to actively participate and contribute to social, political, and socio-economic development and good governance processes, and also to foster effective youth empowerment programs. The youth is ready and willing to lead. In fact, if truth be told, we should allow the youth to lead us, especially in areas or sectors such as IT, tourism, sports, etc. Like tourism and sports has evolved in the last few years, from simple to more complex form. We talk of rafting, we talk of bungee jumping, shark cage diving. It has changed, and we need the youth to lead us in some of these sectors. While probably we mentor them in some sectors. It is natural to have an aversion to change, but it is time we embrace the inevitable and give the youth a chance. I'm sure SADC PF can help with change management strategies or aversion therapy, because I'm sure it won't be easy, especially at our level. Change is not easy. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. I also see a hand from Malawi. Honorable Leonard.
Thank you very much,
Lwanda.
Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you once again for giving me this floor. Chair, let me first recognize all the presenters. They really gave us good presentation for the SADC family. I was very much impressed with the way the Dean Mutata presented his presentation. But I just want to remind him that it's not all that is old, which is very bad. You know, there is this saying which they say, wisdom is in age. Therefore, the youth should be prepared to learn from the old guards, because they cannot just jump onto the gun before they are taught how to handle the gun. So that's my point. As much as I appreciate that the population of the youth is quite enormous, but they really need to be taken through through the process of becoming mature, because our youth are taking too long to mature. That's the other problem we are having. Then I'll go on to the other issue was our colleagues with albinism. Malawi is doing very great, although we are struggling financially, but we are trying to achieve what it is to make our colleagues live as we do, to give them a comfortable life, to be recognized as our colleagues as people of one family. So I would encourage SADC at least to put more model laws which will protect people with albinism, so that they have an environment which suits them, which makes them more valuable as we are. And I liked how Paul said it. Albinism is not inability, and it's true, it's not inability, only that they are not given that opportunity to participate fully and give the environment which suits them, so that they can participate fully to whatever a normal human person can do. And lastly, corruption. In the SADC family, I think corruption, we are failing to deal with it because most of the countries are struggling with corruption. And the corruption, the other point which most of the country we are missing, once we hear of corruption, we really learn on two politicians. It's not only politicians who do corruption. These people we call the technocrats are the engineers of this corruption. And they take that corruption, connive with the politicians, then that happens. So we really need to take the root of corruption from the technocrats. If we handle the corruption from the technocrats, the politicians will not have that hand to go into the bag where we want them not to be. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mwalwanda. I also now see a hand here from Ambassador Ryan Lemeni. May I also give you an opportunity to speak? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for recognizing me and giving me an opportunity to also postulate my view on this subject. Well, I'm Ambassador Ryan Mpofu from the Republic of Zimbabwe, a former child ambassador in the Junior Leadership Program. Well, I currently serve as the acting national spokesperson for the Zimbabwe National Organization of Associations and Residents Trust, which is the umbrella body for all the residents associations in my country. We're an organization that is focused on achieving quality service delivery for our people, service delivery which includes water, proper sewage systems, and good infrastructure like roads. Now getting to the main issue, I want to first talk about something which earlier on, unfortunately, you didn't see that I'd raised a hand when we were talking about the nuclear, the countries that are signatories to the treaty on ending and the eradication of nuclear power. I want to raise this point that we have seen that our regional bodies, SADC and AU, have become bodies where our leaders just go there to catch up about their liberation history and reminisce on those old moments that they share from the bushes. What other measures are put in place to enforce that all the signatories to the treaty are going to comply, because they take our regional bodies now as a place where they go and talk about their history and what has happened, and really no proper action is taken on resolutions that would have been made by our bodies. That is the first one. Then the second issue, when we come to talk about the issue of youth participation, we have seen whenever we talk about youth participation, it is more of a facade that the leaders will be pulling on for the media. our youth do not participate in governance processes because they are supposed to participate and speak in as the youth who are the future of this region. What we have seen happening is that in most cases, our youth, when it comes to the electoral processes, you see that our youth only participate as, most of the youth participate as the electorate, not as being the candidate whom we are voting for. And we must look at that with a critical eye to say, why should they be the electorate every time and not the candidates that we are voting for? Then the second issue, as they appear as the electorate, they are only talking, what we only talk about is their right to vote, as if it is the only thing that is important. Why do we talk about also the importance of them occupying these leadership positions, of becoming MPs and so forth? Then the other thing, so whilst we're still on that needs to be addressed again, is the issue of our youth are being abused by the leaders. We have seen a lot of them. We have seen a lot of these candidates abusing our youth during the election campaigns, where you see them, you see the candidates buying beer, buying all sorts of things for the youth. Can we surely say this is the kind of a future that we want, wherein a leader buys alcohol for the youth to get drunk and vote for him or her? Let us also work on trying to fix that as a region. It is very, very important and crucial that we fix it if ever we are to have a fully equipped youth who are going to take over one day when the senior leaders are no longer able to. Then lastly, I want to talk into the issue of our junior leadership system. Almost every country, we have a junior leadership structure, which is a child president and so forth. These structures, we have seen that in many cases, they focus on youths who are in school. And the youth who are out of schools, who are in SMEs and so forth, are left out. As a region, I understand there is that body for the MPs, but as a region, let us try to go back to our own countries and formulate a structure that we are going to use, so that there is a representation from both sides. We have representation from the youth who are in school, so that we also get to hear their sides and their concerns about education. Let us also have the lived experiences of youth who are out of school, who know the day-to-day struggle of being unemployed or spending the whole day at home doing nothing in our leadership structures. And these are the kind of people who speak well about their fellow brothers and sisters who are also seated at home. Because, for example, how can an A-level student whose school fees is still paid for by his or her parents want to rise on a platform and say he wants to talk for a youth who's out of school, when he or she is still in school and doesn't experience the struggles of being a youth who is out of school? It just baffles logic. So as we go back, let us look at that as well, so that we cater for both. I thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the opportunity.
Mr. Molloy.
I don't seem to see Mr. Molloy in the meeting.
Hello, Chairperson.
Please proceed, Mr. Moderator. There are a few hands that
Yes, I was, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I was saying I do see a hand from Madagascar. You are free now to make your submission.
Mesdames et messieurs, honorables députés et représentants parlementaires des différents pays de la SADC, très chers activistes, en vous rend en qualité tous respectés, bonjour. Je m'appelle Raman-Antoine Ndjianien, je m'appelle Rani, et je suis un activiste en droits humains au sein du réseau Arrière Madagascar qui a été mis en place par l'OHCHR et l'UNESCO dans ce pays. Et j'ai l'immense privilège et l'honneur de vous parler aujourd'hui au nom de ce réseau, et de vous demander déjà d'exprimer ma reconnaissance pour les différentes présentations qui ont eu lieu, notamment les présentations relatives à la participation des jeunes dans le processus démocratique, ainsi que l'interpellation qui a été faite sur la situation malgache relative à la corruption, la présentation aussi sur l'accès à l'information. Si je prends la parole, ce n'est pas seulement pour exprimer ma reconnaissance, c'est avant tout pour pouvoir vous interpeller, et je profite donc de l'occasion d'avoir le chair du comité pour la démocratisation et les droits humains et la gouvernance, ainsi que la secrétaire générale du Parlement de la SADC, pour interpeller sur la situation à Madagascar actuellement. En juin 2022, nous avons perdu un activiste environnemental. Et actuellement, face à l'interpellation de Transparency International Initiative Madagascar, la directrice exécutive de TIMG, ainsi que le président du conseil d'administration font face aujourd'hui à des poursuites face à leur alerte sur la situation de la corruption dans la filière litchi à Madagascar. C'est face à cette situation que je me permets en tant que défenseur des droits humains, mais aussi en tant que citoyen de Madagascar et donc d'un membre d'un pays de la SADC, de vous recommander, lorsque vous mettrez en place les différentes résolutions après cette audience publique, de mettre au centre de vos recommandations la place des défenseurs des droits humains. Je vous demanderai donc d'essayer d'influencer, de coordonner la mise en place d'un cadre légal de protection des lanceurs d'alerte et des défenseurs des droits humains dans les différents pays de la SADC. Aujourd'hui, Madagascar essaie d'aller dans ce sens dans la mesure où lundi prochain, la loi sur la protection des lanceurs d'alerte et défenseurs des droits humains entrera en travaux de commission au sein de notre Parlement. Mais ce n'est pas suffisant. Vous l'aurez compris, pour qu'une démocratie soit véritablement démocratique, il faut que le peuple, que les citoyens puissent participer au processus de mise en place de la loi. C'est ainsi que je vous demanderai, notamment dans vos recommandations, de mettre en place et de des organes non seulement consultatifs, mais surtout participatifs dans l'élaboration des politiques publiques locales, nationales et interrégionales. J'espère que l'interpellation que je fais ne sera pas seulement une notification, mais un véritable appel à action. Après la crise du Covid-19, vous le savez, les pays d'Afrique font face à des violations des droits humains qui empirent et à une perte, on va dire, d'une décennie d'efforts pour la lutte contre la pauvreté. L'implication du Parlement, des différents parlementaires au sein de la SADC est nécessaire aujourd'hui. Pour empêcher le sous-développement des pays concernés et la mise à mort des activistes dans ces pays. Merci de m'avoir entendu.
Thank you very much, Madagascar. I saw a hand earlier on from Lucanio. I don't know where it has disappeared, but if they are present, they are free now to make their submission.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I would like to just pick upon is certain things that as well that we have sent a child as the Western Cape Children's Commissioner to amend the age.
Sorry, Lucanio, you are fading. Hello,
Okay,
Mr. Sonyamba, you are fading. We can't hear you.
Do you hear me now? Do you hear me now?
Yes, now you are much audible. Yeah.
Loud and clear. Okay, I'm Lucanio Sonyamba, part of the Western Cape Children's Commissioner. West is the first commissioner in the whole of Africa as the Children's Commissioner in that instance. And where we have actually accomplished so much is that we have sent a child to the UN to actually decrease the voting age to 16, which will then enable the youth to participate in also in certain decision making, and then force the government to also partake and actually insist in looking deeperly what are the issues and services of the children. And it's quite an inadequate situation where we have looked upon so many factors in that sense. But my only concern is therefore is that the voices of the children and the youth are not really particularly taken in consideration. And in that sense, the truth that is not taken in consideration, the policies and the legislation and the laws are there and the structures are there, but the implementation of those structures are not efficient. Accountability is not even in accordance to the law in many instances as well. Now, my only disregard is for many long time to actually get a children's commissioner. And for the youth, you don't even have a youth commissioner within the borders of South Africa, and only have a children's commissioner only in the Western Cape and not even South Africa as a whole, which has created many issues. Is that we do not have a proper representation at all. And what we have seen also in Parliament nationally, we have children's parliament, youth parliament, but those are only held annually, only once a year. and then there's only a selective few, and then they're replaced every time. So there's inconsistency and irritability as well in that sense. There's lack of lack of structure as well, as we need to adopt that, and coming into this space of as the regional of Africa as well, we should also actually integrate the parental national amendment as well. So there's a lot really needs to be addressed in that sense. And the youth itself is being silenced. It's silenced because of lack of paying attention to, as a gentleman have said, an honorable member, that children in schools are listened to, and then after those who have left schools are discarded because they are not seen as viable, and such as those things where they're cascaded from society, and then they don't even have access to jobs, don't have access to programs that initiate them, push them forward. So we should actually look on things that implementation and put accountability. And I want to really keep it short because I'm actually rushing now to another meeting, but hopefully I hope I was clear enough on the status in the statement that I've made. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunyamba. I will need the guidance of Mr. Kurasha here. I don't know if the honorable members have all made their deliberations on the submissions that were made by the citizens of SADC.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes, I was saying I need your guidance here because I'm wondering if all the members of the committee, if they have all made their submissions, their deliberations.
Oh, I'm one of them that haven't.
Okay. I think. Thank you, Chairperson. I think you have the lion's share. I mean, you speak last.
Where's Ambassador?
Right. Thank you, Ms. Malloy. And I want to thank all the presenters for very informative, insightful presentations. There was really a bigger percentage on disadvantaged. We got presentations on which had a bigger percentage on disadvantaged groups. And on disadvantaged groups, I would pick on the youth and on people living with albinism. On the youth, I sympathize with the youth and really take on board most of their submissions. But at the same time, I want to throw the ball back to the youth that whilst we take them on board and accommodate them as much as possible, the prerogative is left to them. Where are the youth when we need them? Because I want to give an example. If today you were to have a concert of some sort, the youth will go there, even if they have to pay for these things. They will go there in their millions. But then the next day you call them to come and register to vote for free. They are nowhere to be seen. So part of the blame, we see, we can't always be shouldering the blame for not accommodating the youth, but the prerogative is on to them as well to consider what's important to them. Because they are saying they're adults now, they want to be leaders. They should show us by prioritizing what they need in their lives. That's number one. Number two, I also feel us as the elders, we are not making the ground level for the youth to join us, having said that. Because how do we expect the youth to participate when they are not employed? They are hungry. You see, most of the unemployment is affecting. Sorry, there is interference, Mr. Kurasha. I'm not sure where this is coming from.
Lucanio Sonyamba, please mute, or ICT, please mute that on our behalf. ICT,
Thank you.
Please mute because the person is not yet muted. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So whilst we are at it, saying they should take part of the blame, I also say we should also take the blame. Because if you look at the unemployment rate amongst the youth, it's highest in whatever jurisdiction that we look at. So for us to expect the youth to exert and participate fully, let's make the ground level, let's create employment. Let's go back to the days that we lived as the elders. When you finished university, you finished high school, there was a job for you. But the youth at the moment, they have no jobs. And this is why maybe they would rather go to concerts rather than register to vote. Whilst we are still on the youth issue as well, Mr. Moderator, I feel as a region, we should take the youth issue seriously. Because we got the statistic from one of the presenters that the average age of a member of parliament is about 55 years. So this is really the upper end. And I think if we are really going to absorb the youth into leadership, I think it's high time us as a region looked at introducing things like looking at the model laws on youth encouragement into leadership. We could craft model laws that encourage youth into leadership, much as we have other model laws. And I think as a first step, that would guide most of the countries to try and not to leave individual countries to individually do their own policies that encourage youth participation. And on that note, I would applaud my own country, Zimbabwe, that our president has taken a first step, the end government, in that come 2023, we have 10 provinces in Zimbabwe, and we have reserved youth posts. So we are going to have 10 members of parliament who are youth. Never mind whether they don't do very well. These are constituencies that will be reserved purely for youth, where they will be contested amongst the different political parties. But the end result is having a member of parliament who's a youth that's going to occupy those 10 reserved seats for youth. So it's a positive development from my country. And then looking at the submission on people living with albinism, I really sympathize with the discrimination that our colleagues suffer, you know, whether it's cultural or it's, you know, some of the things you wonder where they come from, but some of them are just myths. So, some of it is cultural, but you wonder why we segregate our fellow colleagues. But all I wanted to add on to those submissions was I didn't hear much in terms of provision of health, which I know because as a member of parliament in my constituents, I have people living with albinism, and the main problems that they face are these sun protection creams. So and the price of those creams. So that's a basic necessity that people need to, people with albinism need, and that as a region we should try, or even try and manufacture those sun protection creams, make them accessible, or even give them for free. You see, that way we would be safeguarding the health of people living with albinism. And then lastly, I want to zero in on the issue of corruption. Corruption, honorable members, is a scourge which is bigger than anything that we can look at. I mean, our lack of development, our hunger, our lack of health everything. I think corruption comes as number one, a devil that's bedeviling the whole region, not only the whole region, but well, it's SADC, but the world over. Us as Zimbabwe, we have made some legislative pieces. We have pieces of legislation that are there to either prevent or curb corruption. But as alluded to by the earlier presenter, it's implementation that is lacking, or that's not that you don't realize. I mean, there is no implementation of these laws. So I think, fellow honorable members, we should be pushing for implementation. I know in most jurisdictions, the laws are there, but are they being implemented? Finally, whilst I'm still on corruption, I've always, whenever I get a chance to speak about corruption, I don't want to leave this point. I want to raise it so that people are aware some of the policies or ill policies that fuel corruption. I want to pose this question and say, have you ever noticed, or have you ever asked yourselves, when you look at the corruption perception index, if you look at that index, that lists countries that are most corrupt, you find right at the bottom, or right at the bottom or at the top, whatever you want to put it, but the most corrupt countries, I'll mention them. My country, Zimbabwe, is one of them. Yemen is another. Iran is another. Russia is another. Cuba is another. Venezuela is another one. There's a have you ever questioned yourself, what is the common denominator amongst these countries? There is a silent common denominator amongst the countries that I've mentioned. All these countries are sanctioned, whether illegal sanctions or whatever, or legal sanctions, but sanctions would never be legal. They are illegal sanctions, according to me. So what happens is, whilst we are striving to eradicate corruption, I wish as a region, or which I'm glad SADC has taken it on board as a region, to say sanctions should be lifted to all these countries that are sanctioned. Because a sanctioned nation, honorable members, if you are sanctioned, that means you have no way, there is no way that you can operate freely, transparently. That means you are using middlemen all the time in order to bust sanctions. So if you are operating in such an environment, there will definitely be corruption in between, and you look like you are condoning corruption, but you are saying, I have to, the nation has to survive. I have to buy oil products from the Middle East, but I have to use middlemen, because if my money goes transparently through the normal channels, it will be blocked by the so-called superpowers. So you find that all these countries that are said to be the most corrupt are the sanctioned countries. So I would like to urge our region and everyone else that's imposing these illegal sanctions to say, whilst at one stage you are saying, let's fight corruption, you are the ones that are fueling corruption in countries that are sanctioned. Remove those sanctions and see whether the corruption index will go up or down. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Well, at this juncture now, I would like to again seek the guidance of Mr. Kurasha, because we have to now invite the ICT to share the feedback questionnaire, and then briefly explain how participants must respond. Mr. Kurasha, is that the way we should proceed?
Yes, Moderator, thank you very much. Through you, Chair, and distinguished honorable members and participants, we have shared in the chat links in French, Portuguese, and English for a feedback questionnaire, and would like to plead that you take the next 2 minutes to complete that questionnaire. It would really help us in terms of feedback. So before we move to conclude, may I request our distinguished participants to proceed and pick the language of their preference, click on the link, and proceed to complete the questionnaire. This will be very helpful in terms of the strengthening our preparation next time when we are planning public hearings with yourselves. So we request you to complete the questionnaire. When you have completed the questionnaire, you can indicate in the chat that it's done, so that we have satisfaction that this has been done. So, Chair, we wait for the feedback in the chat from participants that they have done. I see one has indicated that they've done. We have many of us in the meeting. I would want feedback that confirms that we have we have completed the survey. Yes, thank you. I see a number of you confirming that this has been done. Let's keep it rolling in. As we do that, there is a comment in the chat. Good afternoon from Engono, Johannes Engono. Good afternoon, and honorable members. My contribution is on the way countries need to take serious the people living with disabilities. Being disability does not mean that they are not capable of delivering the service. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a submission. Rolling down the charts to see if there could be something that we may have forgotten. Looks like we're done, and we have received quite a number of submissions. Thank you very much, distinguished participants. As we move towards conclusion, I still want to check with Madam SG if you wish to take the floor, because we're moving towards conclusion. At this juncture, I don't see a feedback from Madam SG. We can hand over back to you, moderator, for us to move to the next item as we move to conclude the meeting. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kulasha. Thank you.
Most welcome.
I now invite the chairperson of the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Standing Committee to deliver his closing remarks and officially close the meeting.
Thank you, moderator. Maybe if I could indicate that the chairperson has requested one of the members. The closing remarks would have been delivered by the vice chairperson, who is Lesotho, and Lesotho is yet to designate a member. The chairperson has guided that one of the members of the committee, Honorable Victor Lumai, delivers the remarks on behalf of the chairperson. So the person delivering the remarks is Honorable Victor Lumai from Zambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kulasha.
Is the floor mine?
Yes,
floor is yours.
Honorable Lumai.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Allow me to recognize Honorable Doubt Ndoweni, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. Honorable members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. The Secretary General of the SADC PF, Mrs. Boemo Segoma, staff from the SADC PF Secretariat and the National Parliaments, SADC citizens joining us on Zoom and through various social media platforms. I feel greatly honored to have the opportunity to deliver closing remarks as we wrap up what has been a very informative, intriguing, and satisfying public hearing session today. We have had a very fulfilling opportunity as members of the Standing Committee, listening to every compelling submissions and the experiences of SADC citizens who overwhelmingly endorsed and lauded the decision by the SADC PF to open up its doors to the public, in particular, the young people. Various valuable submissions were made with concrete recommendations for action being made on different thematic areas of focuses. Notable recommendations, Chair, include the calls for the protection of human rights of persons with albinism, particularly through ensuring access to justice and rehabilitations and the development and implementation of national action plans for albinism. The call for inclusive governance, particularly for young people, was well made, with a specific proposal such as the adoption of legislated youth quotas in Parliament and the development of a model law on data. This resonated well with the call for access to information. I will not attempt to summarize all the presentations because that is not my job. This will be done through committee report to the 52nd Plenary Assembly. As your committee, we reiterate
sorry, Chair, there is ICT, please mute. There is someone who is making noise there. So, sorry about that. You may proceed, Honorable Umar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As your committee, we reiterate that we shall remain at your disposal, ready to engage so that we collectively tackle the regional challenges we face and find solutions to them. The ultimate, sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair, a second. Sorry, Chair. Yeah, sorry, Chair, it was my tablet. I was saying, as your committee, we reiterate that we shall remain at your disposal, ready to engage so that we collectively tackle the regional challenges we face and find solutions to them. The ultimate objective is to have a SADC where peace and security prevail and the citizens enjoy the highest possible standards of living. We will continue to harness new communications technology to engage with SADC citizens as we did through the public hearings and make public engagements and participation more affordable and effective. Mr. Chairman, I'm tempted to ask if we could continue with the public hearings forever because of the relevance of the issues being raised by the citizens. I am, however, aware that we need to leave the platform and go out there and make sure that real work of implementation begins. If, as the saying goes, the devil is in the detail, I believe that the angels could as well be in the implementation. As I conclude, Mr. Chairperson, I wish to thank the SADC citizens for grabbing the opportunity offered by the public hearings with both hands. The turnover has been quite impressive. We urge them to continue taking interest in the work of the community. I also wish to thank committee members for being available throughout the meeting. My gratitude also goes out to the moderator, Mr. Molai Repatua, Dr. Mulebangi, and the interpreters for all the facilitation. Least, but by no means the least, we are grateful to the Secretariat led by Madam S.G. Boamo Sigoma for always doing their best in facilitating the work of the committee. With those few words, I wish to declare the public hearing officially closed. Thank you. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup. I thank you, honorable members and our followers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Well, Mr. Kurasha, and through you, Chairperson, this now brings us to the end of our meeting. And I would like to thank you all for attending. I think now it's about time that we asked ICT to terminate the meeting. Mr. Kurasha, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, citizens. Thank you, stakeholders.
Thank
Asante
you,
sana.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Members meet with DRC stakeholders. You are free to follow on social media from DRC.
Thank you. Oh, meeting DRC, honorable members.
Right, Paulina, we can terminate. ICT, please terminate. ICT.